Yeah,
Are we?
The usual gang of Joe Paddocks.
Are we here?
I'm here.
I'm here.
I think hail, hail. The gang is all here.
Bill, I
And-
saw on x96.com/live you were holding up your mug, and I can't quite read it. What does it say?
Well, it's a take on the "keep calm and carry on" phrase, but it was given to us. You have one
I do.
by our friend Deborah Jensen. Keep calm and JCOM on. I forget, JCOM is Journalism Communications Department at the Utah State University, right there. And she gave you one and me one, and I suspect you left yours on the table that that she put it on, because that's what you always do. Here, and you just leave people's gifts behind.
I have too many things. I don't need more things.
Yeah, but you're the kind of person, and then we'll do on this day, you're the kind of person who thinks that she has too many things, and she goes around and throws things away, and then other people say, wait a minute, where are my things? I don't have too many things.
Yes, you do. That's why I got rid of some of your
things. And you
things.
say, I threw them away. And then I say, without my permission, and you say, well, you have too many things. And I say, that's not for you to decide. Right? You've had that conversation.
You and your wife
haven't you?
have?
No,
Somebody's had
you've
that
had that
conversation,
conversation. You have
clearly.
had that conversation. I'll bet you $1 million.
I'm not saying, but somebody's had that conversation.
All right. You
On
don't have
this
too many
day?
things, do you, Carrie?
I got too many things.
On this
Look
day?
behind
Look
you.
behind
right
me.
there.
I mean,
That's just a few things. You have
On
a
this
lot
day.
of things, but they're well organized. Oh, sorry. Go
well,
ahead.
this part is well organized. I had to move the camera because Sue didn't like you seeing that part that's not well organized.
Oh, show us. Anyway,
Yes, on this day.
In 1987, Prince released "Sign of the Times," which is a timely song, I think.
yep, yes, it is. Was that Sheila E. on the drums in the background there? Or-
Quite
I-
possibly.
I don't know if Sheila was in that incarnation of the band, was she? Or she
don't
was
know.
doing her own solo stuff by that time.
Let me look.
Well, I don't know. We could play a Sheila E. song. That'd be good. Well, hi.
Hi.
Day 2 of the grand experiment of broadcasting it at home, where we are all practicing social distancing like the rest of you. And but we carry on. We keep calm and carry on, as they say. And we'll continue.
You're
to-
right, Bill. Sheila E. did play the drums on that.
Yeah, I kind of recognize her style. I don't know. It's just a guess. You can see us, Radio from Hell, at x96.com/live. There's a. I think, are they seeing all 4 panels of us, Katie? Is that correct? Yeah, they're seeing Katie and the producers are in the studio running the show, and then each of us in our individual homes. Gina was showing off her dog yesterday, Riley, the wonder dog. You know, if I ever get another dog, I'm going to name him Farfel. Does that ring a bell with you, Carrie? Farfel?
Yeah, where do I know that from?
Nestles. Nestle's makes the very best chocolate. Big puppet dog.
The puppet was
Farfel
named
the dog.
Farfel?
Yep, Farfel. Anyway, Gina showed off her dog, Riley. We could hear Carrie's dogs barking. And my cats are not corrallable, really, to show you, but I did post a picture of Mr. Fluffy Pants. I posted it on Instagram and Twitter. Mr. Fluffy Pants regally sitting atop the yellow equipment box that Trent Anderson, our engineer, gave us to bring the equipment home, and Mr. Fluffy Pants has decided that's his perch outside when it's sunny.
This
It's
is
in a
where I
covered-
live now, Daddy.
Yeah, it's in a covered spot, but so if it rains or anything, it's not. That's a pretty impervious box anyway. But that's Mr. Fluffy Pants, and he looks great because the box is yellow, and then he's a black cat sitting atop the box. So you can see Mr. Fluffy Pants at RFH Bill, Instagram,
But not on your
Twitter.
lap.
Nope, no, I'm not going to have that during the show.
Does the
And I
other
don't-
one get in your lap? Do any of them get in your lap?
Yeah, he does. So I'll be sitting on the couch, and he has a little. There's a little table next to the couch where the newspapers that we've read and magazines go. So he'll sit there, but I won't notice that he's there because he's a cat and he's stealthy. He's
These little
quiet.
cat feet.
So I'm watching, So I'm watching TV or something, and all of a sudden I feel this nudging on my shoulder, and he uses his nose and his head and kind of starts bumping my shoulder and nudging my shoulder, so that I have to say, okay, I'll pet you, and so I'll pet him there. He usually doesn't get up on my lap. I'll pet him while he's sitting on the table, and then if I stop, he'll reach out and just kind of gently sink his claws into me to say, you got to keep going, keep petting me. So, yeah. All right.
Hudson's been doing that at night, like under the covers, and he'll insist on being petted, and then he will, in fact, stick his claws into my thigh.
If you're not doing it,
Yeah, if I don't do it right.
Yeah. So I guess we ought to get the show started.
I suppose.
Do we all sound good, Katie? The levels
Everything
are all
all
good
right?
and everything? Yeah.
Anything we can do?
I'm
I'm giving you all I got. So.
I sound too loud in my own ears, but I think I can adjust that here.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should get the show started officially.
Just a heads up, we do
Yeah.
have Dr. Michael Cobble calling in around 7:45. So if you want to ask him questions, we'll have him on for a couple of segments.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now because it never fails. They start calling right as we're finishing up with him. So
Yeah.
Don't call now though.
Yeah.
But be ready when we tell you to.
And Kerry, I sent you his theme music. Did you?
He
You
has
did?
theme music.
I
Just
sent,
now?
I sent you an email that he sent me that had all different variations of the Lost in Space theme.
Oh, I wondered
It's
what
not
that
a medical
was.
show.
That's what he wants to. But if you listen to it, it's perfect. He said, if you have a theme music for me, so maybe we can get that ready for him.
You want the classic?
Yeah, the classic.
Okay.
Classic. So anyway, let's get the show started. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to check in with us. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Let us know how you're going, how you're doing, how things are going for you. And if you have a musical instrument, I mentioned this last week, and would like to do just play a few notes on your musical instrument when you check in, please feel free to do that. 877-602-9696. That's the number. Check in. It lets us know that you're okay. You're out there. You're ready for a show, and we'll give you one. Damn it.
Whether you like it or not, we're giving you a show.
Exactly.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back with your check-ins, 877-602-9696, after these. All right.
Oh, now we will officially begin the show. What time is it?
6:20.
6:20. And, of course, we are broadcasting from home, all three of us. Katie is back in the studio running the show, producing the show as we stay at home for the time being. So we'll open the show officially here and then take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Remember, if you have a musical instrument at hand, we'd like to hear a couple of notes from you, or just check in and tell us how you're doing and what's going on in your life right now. So here we go. You ready? Everybody ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here it is then. The moon is 40.6% of full. It is a waxing moon, a crescent moon. It'll move toward full. It'll be full on April 7th. The moon will rise today at 11:35 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 31st day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show, coming to you on National Bunsen Burner Day. Okay,
I don't
that
have
doesn't move
one.
you. How about National Crayon Day?
I have one of those.
It's National Crayon Day. And
In
more-
Utah, it's statewide Kren Day.
Kren Day. And most importantly, it is Clam on a Half Shell Day. If I could have a clam on a half shell right now, I'd be happy.
In the morning, you'd have a morning clam?
Listen, Gina, I hate to tell you how often I have a morning clam. It is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. Carrie Jackson. Hi there, Carrie.
Oh, let me put on my work hat. Okay.
It's Bill Allred. That's me over here with a morning clam. It's Gina Barberi. Katie for short in the studio back there is producing the show. And we have a full complement of interns here today, Hawk and Miriam, and we have engineers in the building on staff helping us out too. The fine head engineer of Broadway Media, Trent Anderson, and also Dave Peterson, who has a lovely gray beard, who is helping out today too. Now we go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696.
We don't know who this person is, but
Who are you, person?
the producer's booth didn't put your name in there, apparently. Who is
Hello? Who is
Good
this?
morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
Oh, it's Killer.
this? Is it Killer? Killer, check
Yeah, I
in.
kept telling her the killer, and she goes, "Who? What? Killer? What? Who?"
Yeah.
So,
Now, from now on, in the booth, just put Killer. That's who he is. He's Killer.
We know Killer.
So how's it going?
So I'm driving. I'm almost to Brigham City, right? I'm an essential person, so I have to deliver my product still. So I'm not playing the drums because I'm driving down the road to Brigham City. So
But
a little more preparation, and I might have been able to pull it off. But
you are a you are a drummer though, Killer.
no, hell no.
All right.
No.
Well, I'm glad you're in the car
Just
driving.
on the
again.
dashboard. You just, do it on the dashboard.
Yeah, give us a little drumming on the steering wheel there.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's what I need.
Yeah. Well, thanks for checking in.
See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye, Killer.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Delivering his product.
His explosives?
Yeah. Well, it's essential. Anybody
Let's go to
else got-
Sean.
Sean.
Sean is on the line.
Hi, Sean.
Hey, how we doing, fellas and ladies?
Good.
Hi,
Thanks for
Sean.
checking in.
Hey, thank you. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
What are you doing today?
So, it's actually my day off, so I was going to do some yard work. It's a nice day for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was listening yesterday, and I heard you, Bill, saying that you have a badge now, or all three of you have a badge that says essential employees.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then I also, I work in the healthcare field, and I got the same thing. So are we going on a county lockdown, or what's going on? I haven't heard anything.
Well, I'm not sure what your question is exactly.
Why are the badges passed out if we're not going on a countywide lockdown? I think it's in case that
It's
happens.
just in case.
I
Yeah,
don't
in
think
case
that's...
that happens.
That way, when, the notice is out, everybody has their badges. So.
Yeah. Make sense?
Okay, because it makes sense, but I was told even if we get pulled over, it's like $1,000 fine and 6 months in jail.
Not that I've heard. No.
Never heard that. Okay.
No.
Well, no, that's not true.
What?
That is technically
A Class
what
B
they can
misdemeanor.
do, but we talked to Mayor Mendenhall yesterday, and she said they're not going to be pulling people over for it's for egregious stuff, which
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm betting Bill has some of that in the boners. I haven't seen the boners you've selected today, but there were a couple of those yesterday that I thought might pop up.
I do.
But
so
no,
just
they're not going to pull you over, and
Yeah. Don't be paranoid, okay?
Well, that's easier said.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Thanks for calling, Sean.
All right,
See ya.
Sean. Thank you.
Anybody else?
No, that's plenty.
Okay.
I've had it with this anyway.
Well, tomorrow let's see if we can get some musical instruments going on check-ins at 877-602-9696. You can call us anytime. I'm not saying we'll answer, but you can call us.
You can text us anytime too, 33986.
All right. Gina, do you have a little bit of traffic there?
You know, I went outside yesterday in the evening to take the garbage out, and it was eerily quiet. There was nobody out driving last night.
You're taking
And-
the garbage out. Does that mean you were throwing stuff of your family's possessions away?
Yep, I do that several times a day. But there's no one out driving, and there's no one out driving right now, which is a good thing. If you see something though you want to share, 33986.
I went out driving yesterday. You know, because
Where'd you
my
go?
my Mini's been parked for weeks, and so I've been just starting it up and letting it run, once a week to keep the
Keep it,
thing
yeah.
going. And then my friend Juan, who's a gearhead, he told me, he says, you really ought to take it out for a spin soon. So I just took it out for a drive. And boy, yesterday should have been the day that you went to get like groceries and liquor and all that. There were like no lines at the liquor store, both of them that I drove by, and the parking lots of the three grocery stores that I went by weren't as busy as they have been. So yesterday should have been the day that you did it.
I'm
I
trying to
think
remember the
people are
last day I
staying
went
home.
outside. I mean, I went outside yesterday, but I, just in my yard. But I have not gone anywhere since Friday.
I thought you were going to take a bike ride. That's what you said yesterday. You're going to go
Too
for a ride
tired.
on your bike.
As I said earlier, I don't think I was on the air. I sat in front of this computer from 3 o'clock yesterday morning until 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
You need to get up and go
doing
take a walk.
Essential stuff. Maybe I'll walk over to your house and look through your trash and see what kind of good stuff you're throwing out that people want.
This is perfectly good.
Yeah. What are you throwing out? This is a stamp collection. What?
Stamp collection.
You don't need that.
Why'd you throw away my stamp collection?
What
you
am
don't
I going to
need
do with the
those.
stamp collection?
Post office won't even take those. What are you talking about?
Yeah, a long time ago had that conversation in my relationship. Threw away something of mine that she didn't like. It was a big cockroach.
You got upset that a big cockroach was thrown
Yeah.
away?
Yes, I did. It was given to me by someone at the zoo. It was a dead, it was just the carapace, but I mean, it was a giant cockroach. It was
That you kept where?
huge. I just had it sitting on a shelf where
Yeah,
the
I
books
wouldn't.
were. Dead. It was a dead, giant cockroach shell, essentially, but it was really cool. And I said, "Where did my cockroach go?" I threw it away.
Because it's
I
gross.
said, "Well, if you didn't like it, you could tell me that, and then I would put it away somewhere, where I
hide it.
I'd put it in my underwear drawer, and then when I open up the underwear drawer to get some fresh panties, I can look at my cockroach.
Yes, open your underdrawers to look at your cockroach.
That's right.
Okay,
That's
all right.
what I'm saying. My cockroach.
Let's take a break. We will be back. We got big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Stand by for that and more. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
They are so creative at Volkswagen Southtown. They've figured out how to sell you a Volkswagen. Maybe you're interested in the Tiguan that Festus and I have been driving. I posted a picture of it actually on Facebook of the Tiguan we have. You can go check it out there. And while you're online, go to vwsouthtown.com. They've made virtual car buying a reality. All of it can be done online. They can give you a virtual walk-around tour of the car. Then if you're interested, they'll bring it to your house. They'll bring the car to your house for a test drive. They wipe it all down. They sanitize it. They walk you through everything in it. And then if you want to go ahead and purchase the car, that can all be done online too. They've made it so easy. There's a new payment calculator at vwsouthtown.com. You can trade in a car. All of it can be done online. You might want to hook up with Sion or Stan or any of the great salespeople there. They'll tell you how it all works, but it all starts by going to vwsouthtown.com.
We should mention, before we go into the news, is that music a little loud?
Yeah, you need to take
Yeah.
that down, Katie.
Dr. Michael Cobble will be on to answer your questions about what's going on with the coronavirus. He'll be on at about 7:45. So you call for that first segment. He'll be on for 2 segments, but people start calling and we're already done with the whole feature. So
Yeah, they just start to realize, hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
And,
So
and then
you think-
by that time he's gone. So you need to start thinking about your questions now that you want. What would you want to ask a doctor about coronavirus?
yeah, all right.
Okay, so let's get to Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Brought to you by, as my computer is slow, there we go. Now more than ever, we need fun ways to stay entertained at home. Haster Games has hundreds of great board games. Haster Games, 6831 South State, and HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
There we go. I'm borrowing news intros from European television.
Okay. All right, it's time for the news. I'm your reporter, Bill Allred.
That sounds
And
important. Nothing. Go
Sounds
ahead.
important.
I'm Bill Allred, and remember, I have endless waterproofing options. Today is Clam on a Half Shell Day, as I mentioned earlier. And I mean, you must be elated that somebody was smart enough and had the insight to create this kind of a day for us to enjoy and savor. Because the objective of the day is to enjoy clams, okay? And if you don't like clams, don't be sad or disappointed. Today is also Bunsen burner day, and but don't fret. And if you've got some canned clams, make yourself a nice chowder. All right.
Chowder.
Chowder. I think we're going to have a seafood chowder later this week. The big rage on television right now, everybody is soothing themselves or getting lost in the Tiger King.
You're not
Joe
stealing my
Exotic.
sports here, are you?
You're talking about Shaquille O'Neal?
Yeah.
Well,
this is my sports report.
Okay, I'll skip that.
There's not
then.
much sports. Bill.
Okay, I'll move on to this then. Okay. We should confer before the show. Rather
if there
than
is
work
a sports figure in it,
What-
you should
wh-
always
why-
ask me.
Why start now?
Good point, Kara. You're right. It's. I think it's actually more fun when we confer and do these things right out in the open. So let me do this. You're not talking about in sports. You're not going to talk about Suzanne Summers wanting to strip down for Playboy, are you?
No, although I can see where that could be a sport, but no.
A cruel sport, I think. But the legendary, it says here, actress.
Well, she's not a
she
legendary
really?
actress, is she?
No, but that's what this says. Who wrote this? I don't know.
Her dad or something?
He's long gone. She is 75, and she wants to pose for Playboy magazine to celebrate her upcoming 75th birthday,
No.
which is in a little while. But I think she'll have time to get some work done. Is what she, has a series of trusses and supports put in. But the legendary actress, it says here, and health spokesperson. What sort of health spokespersoning does she do?
What was the thing that she was selling? The Thigh
The
Master?
Thigh
Thigh
Master?
Master, is that considered?
And there was a bunch of other stuff that followed that. Oh, and supplements and things like that.
Did she do the shake weight thing that everybody had such great fun with?
I'd pay to see that.
Yeah. She will be turning 75 on October 16, 2021, and she already has a photographer in mind. Maybe on my 75th birthday, that would be really cool. I would like Annie Leibovitz to shoot me nude for Playboy for my 75th birthday. Okay, that's now on record, she said, in an interview with Access Hollywood, who for some reason wanted to interview Suzanne Summers. I'm not clear about that either. She opened up about how she and her 83-year-old husband, Alan Hamill, still have a very active
No, I
Good
don't.
for them.
No,
life of
good for
cess.
them.
don't want to
I'm
hear
sure.
it.
All right, there you go. I'm just trying to ease you into the news, Even as new numbers released Monday by the Utah Department of Health show the state's coronavirus cases had swelled to 806 with 4 deaths. They're still saying only 4 deaths. State leaders and health officials found reasons for optimism. Just 10% of all cases have no clear source of exposure. So that's good. You would like it to be 0. You'd like to be able to trace where it came from in every case. Utah's death count is low, and the state's cases are not piling up as fast as neighboring states. Utah State epidemiologist Angela Dunn said during a streamed news conference at the state capitol. Listen, by the way, I didn't have time to look this up. Gina, maybe you could look it up. I just saw a little headline or something that says, Mexico strangely barely touched by the coronavirus at this point.
Okay, I'll look.
And I think the headline was, why is Mexico so? But Monday's increase of 87 cases adds to the 719 cases of COVID-19 reported on Sunday, also represents a decline of sorts. It marks a 12% growth rate. That's the slowest growth rate we've seen since we started trying to track this. That data comes amid stay-at-home orders in Summit, Salt Lake, and Wasatch counties, as well as a request from the governor that we not leave our homes unless absolutely necessary. By adhering to social distancing, you are allowing our healthcare providers to provide quality, safe care to those who need it most, and you're keeping precious resources of ICU beds, ventilators, and general hospital beds available for those who are going to need that high level of care. Governor Herbert also promised on Monday that help is on the way for those who have been impacted by the coronavirus, including a new bridge loan program for businesses whose operations have been affected, and child care resources available to essential workers while schools are closed. Did you see anything about that, Gina?
I'm
about
sorry, I'm
the-
looking up the Mexico thing.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if you'd found anything about that.
Well, I mean, this is all good news for the state, but the problem is that what's happening, because there's no national, take charge of this thing.
Yeah.
It's patchwork, and so
Yeah. Oh,
you've
yeah.
got patchworks across the nation. You've got some states that just aren't even doing anything, like Florida, and then there's us, and we've got this control. But it's because it's patchwork. It's
Yeah.
it's going to spread eventually.
Absolutely.
They're
It's-
not doing a lot of testing there,
Is that why?
so the numbers might not be accurate. I mean, it seems there aren't a lot of cases there, but they're also not testing a lot.
Okay. By the way, I mentioned those bridge loans for small businesses, and I had a couple of people I know who have small businesses, like an employee of one themselves, ask about those. They heard the mayor on yesterday, Salt Lake Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, talking about help for some small businesses. The state of Utah has announced a new bridge loan program for small businesses whose operations have been damaged by the coronavirus pandemic. Loans ranging from $5,000 to $20,000 are available at zero interest for up to 5 years to businesses with 50 or fewer employees, with payments deferred for 12 months, according to the state governor's Office of Economic Development. The loans will be drawn from an $8 million pool of money previously used for economic development, officials said, and at least 25% of those funds will be steered toward rural recipients. Applications have to be accepted starting at 8 a.m. today, and will remain open until those funds are used up. They'll go quick. Although officials at the department said they would continue to seek additional cash for the program from the Utah legislature and the federal government. We hope that this loan program will help keep Utah workers employed and businesses open for business, at least in some fashion, as we face the difficult challenges ahead. If you
No,
want
that's
more,
just locally. There's
Yeah.
national loans you can apply for too.
if you want information about that bridge loan, coronavirus.utah.gov. You want to keep your people employed, and you want to keep paying them wages because they will go out and spend that money, and that's going to be one of the things that will help try to help keep the economy kind of just chugging along a little bit. People need to keep putting money back into the economy and spending it. But Intermountain Healthcare has decided they're not going to pay their employees they're going to cut their salaries.
I
they
can't
are-
imagine this will stand. I think people
I
are
don't think so
outraged
either.
about this.
The largest medical provider in the state, they will cut pay for physicians, nurse practitioners, and physicians' assistants during the coronavirus outbreak. Administrators sent a message to the staff this week saying it's financially necessary. Now, so they're talking about cutting the salary of the people who are on the front line of this. The salary reduction discussion comes despite the growing demand for medical professionals to respond to the pandemic. Some hospitals across the country are being overwhelmed with coronavirus patients, and the cases in Utah increased, as we said, to 806 on Monday, more expected in coming weeks. You're putting your life on the line and you're being possibly exposed, said one advanced practice provider at Intermountain who's upset by the changes. They are not identifying any of the people commenting on it in this story because in the Salt Lake Tribune, because the people say they're afraid of being fired. Now they're reducing pay with the people who are on the front lines, she said. It's a slap in the face. The Tribune talked to 4 staff members at Intermountain facilities, and they all were very, upset. Spokesman for Intermountain, Darren Cowley, responded with a statement Monday saying the compensation adjustments would come in June for a limited number of physicians and advanced providers that experience significant reductions in their workload.
So this is why they got rid. Not why, they got rid of elective procedures.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not doing hip
Plastics-
replacements.
plastic
They're not
surgeons
doing.
and-
I mean, they're
yeah,
not doing. So anybody that does that sort of work isn't bringing in any money right now. This is their justification for it.
Yeah, although I would maintain that those people can also be quite useful if this gets out of hand.
I mean, they're
They're-
doctors after
Yeah.
all. And Gerke tweeted out yesterday a list of the higher ups, the people, the management people, and how much
The
they're getting
executives.
paid, the executives, and how much they're getting paid, and it's a pretty outrageous sum. They're not taking pay cuts.
No, they have not announced they're taking any pay cuts, and I have that. I don't have it right here in front of me. But yeah, like the CEO of Intermountain Healthcare made $1.2 million last year. Or
Yeah,
recently.
I mean, it's just the. I'll put it in speak that he might understand. You understand the optics of this look very bad.
Even if, and I'm sure it's true, I'm sure there is a column in their spreadsheet where they are losing money from not doing those elective procedures. And in their mind, they're justifying it. But as Carrie was saying,
Yeah.
the optics are terrible.
These are the people who are putting their lives on the line right now, handling all the coronavirus cases that come in, and you want to cut their pay now? They don't have
would be-
masks, and you want to cut their pay?
I would be surprised if they didn't back off on this somewhat. And that statement from the spokesperson, that was kind of a little bit of backpedaling there on it, because that spokesperson is going, ooh, so we'll see what happens. City Creek Mall has said, sorry, merchants, nobody's coming to your stores, but you got to pay rent anyway.
Doesn't the church have billions of dollars
Yes.
that they're saving for a rainy day? It's raining.
Harmon's is
it's
giving away
raining.
digital thermometers to customers
Oh, really?
starting tomorrow.
Oh,
Limited one per family. Thermometers will be available through pharmacy drive-through windows at several Harmon's locations.
I love how Harmon's has been handling the virus.
An
oh, they've
anonymous
stepped
donor.
up, yeah.
Anonymous donor provided the 3,300 FDA-approved digital thermometers for Harmon's to distribute. Our priority remains doing our best to following COVID-19 guidance, and we hope that making a thermometer available to families that don't have one will help them in their efforts to monitor the health of their loved ones.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Oh, just real quickly, they're stepping up work on the border wall in Arizona. The Trump administration is. They're stepping up work to stop the spread of the contagion.
Now?
Yep.
But they're okay.
So
Shaquille O'Neal wants to make it clear he does not support Joe Exotic, despite the way it looked in the Netflix docuseries Tiger King. One of the big moments in the series was when Shaq not only visited the zoo back in the day, but he also gave Joe Exotic a plug on Inside the NBA. Shaq said he visited the zoo several times and even appeared on Joe's reality show in 2014, but he is not his friend. He's
No.
distancing himself from Joe Exotic.
Well, yeah, sure. In times of need, you desert your friends. Way to
I
go,
did not buy a
O'Neal.
tiger from him. I
Way
did
to go.
not.
He did own a tiger, didn't he, Shaquille O'Neal?
Shaq at one time, I thought.
I think he
thought
did.
so, but-
Way to go. Desert your friends. Joe Exotic is in a time of need here. He's serving 22
I don't know
years.
that
and
guy.
I
I don't know him.
It's not my friend.
Weather, it is a good day for working in the yard. Someone was calling earlier saying they were going to do that today. 63 for a high, mostly cloudy. Traffic, we've got a crash in West Valley. It's on eastbound 35th South, 30th West. The right lane is blocked. That's the only accident this morning. Everything seems to be moving very well because you're all staying home like you should. That's traffic.
Be
Okay.
good boys and girls. Staying at home.
So yesterday, my husband and I are both working from home. He's in his office. I'm in the guest room because I don't have an office. This is my office now. And he said, I'm gonna fill out the census. I think we're running out of time to get that in. I said, okay. He's in there for a little bit working on it. And he said, oh my God, come here. I said, what? He said, get in here.
And you said what? And he said,
And he said, and I said,
get
I
in
said,
here.
I said, what's going on? He said, I'm white. I said, what?
Yeah.
He said, according to the census, I'm white. I have never thought of myself as white.
He's Caucasian.
He's not Caucasian.
He's not.
So-
how did this happen?
So the census is weird. And Carrie was talking about this the other day, and I can't remember if you were talking about it on the air or off the air about your wife and being Asian.
They had a place for, Sioux Korean. There was a spot there. But for me, I said, well, I'm white. And they wanted to know what kind of white. They
Yes.
wouldn't just accept white. They wanted to know what kind of white I was. And so I just went Irish. Okay, fine, go.
But remember, there's all these different specifications for Hispanic people. They're very concerned about the Hispanic people and
They're obsessed with it.
But for the category of white, it says individuals that include groups originating from Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa, Lebanese, Egyptian, Iranian. There is no section for Arab.
Middle Eastern or Arab
Middle-
or
They're lumped into white. And my husband was like, I've never
well, does
thought
he
of
feel
myself.
liberated? Does he feel liberated? Does he
No,
say,
so-
welcome
finally
aboard?
finally I can go I can go out as a white man?
So I posted this yesterday, and I heard from a bunch of different people, and from a guy named Mohammed tweeted at me, and he said, I too, when I was a kid and filling out, it comes up in various places where you have to fill out what ethnicity you are, and he said, I never knew what to put, because a lot of times it was other, and he said, I looked into it, and then I looked into it the same place as he did. So when people from the Middle East started immigrating to the United States, they wanted to assimilate. They wanted to be considered white. They did, so they lobbied the government to be included in. They said, we don't want to be separate. We don't want to feel like we're a separate group. We want to be considered white. But interestingly, the next generation of kids hates that. So that would be my husband's generation. They want to lobby to come back to have their own designation for ethnicity. For, I think it's an acronym. It's MENA, MENA, Middle Eastern North African people to have their own designation.
There've always been these kind of political considerations with the census, and particularly around ethnicity and how do you classify various races and what should we be called? Used to be on the census it said Caucasian, which meant people of the Caucasus Mountains,
Which is
and I
Eastern
forget.
European.
Yeah, and now they don't use that term anymore. They've broadened it, and they just say, "Are you white? You're either white or black, African or
Hispanic or Asian.
Hispanic or Asian." They try,
But,
in a way, they try to simplify it, and then they then they list all those little subcategories to kind of try and help you pick it's been simplified, and so you don't know where you fall. And so your husband, well, congratulations to Dr. Jones. Congratulations.
No, this is terrible news, and I want a divorce. Because I don't want to be married to some boring white guy.
Well, I don't.
That was
I
not
don't-
what I signed up for.
I mean, Gina, he's a
I
boring
wanted a
boring
mixed
brown guy
marriage.
right now. so it's just the color that you care about.
I wanted a mixed marriage, and
he's
I've been-
boring. He's boring no matter what color he is.
This is not what I thought. This is. This is
if we
fraud.
if we
This
go
is
down
fraud.
if we go down the list of his what he does for a living and the things he enjoys,
Shut
he
up.
is a boring
He
white
is,
guy.
he is a white guy. Yeah, he
had the
likes to have.
promise
He
of-
he has a jacket with leather elbow patches, for God's sake.
I had the promise of exotic, and he's just a white guy.
So that shows how deeply you really look at things, doesn't it? Too.
Very shallow.
Wow, you're brown. You must be cool.
You must be. I still think he's cool.
I'll bet you're exciting.
He was not happy though. He didn't
Now,
like
see-
marking white on the
Well, now see, here's this is a texter is telling me, he says instead of Irish you should have put American, and I'm like, is that an option?
I don't think that was
No,
an
it isn't.
option.
And they said that when they asked specifically what white you are, you can put American and it accepts it. I didn't
not
see
an
that as a choice when
ethnicity.
when I clicked on the window, because
I
it
don't
says
think
white, and you
that's
click
enough.
on that, and a window appears, and when you click on the window, it has a list of different, I didn't see American there.
Well, it's
That
this
is a
just-
special kind of white.
This is just something that was such an easy thing for me, and it should have been for you too, Carrie. I didn't question it. I'm white. I'm a white guy. I'm as white as
no,
they
I
come.
clicked. I clicked white, and it made me choose.
Yeah.
Have you done your census
It wouldn't
yet?
let.
Bill?
Yeah, it wouldn't let me go any further.
Did you
Bill,
do
have
the
you done
census,
your
Katie?
census?
Katie, did you do the census?
I have, yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I
are
did.
you white?
Look at her. Look how white she is.
Well,
Sorry, what?
are you white?
I mean, yeah, I would assume so. I'm Irish white as Carrie would go.
Okay.
So-
Just checking. And I wanted to make sure you did the census because it's going to be very important when we start counting.
Oh, I got like four things about it to make sure that I did it. So yeah, no, I'm set. We're good.
Okay, here's another texter. I chose white. It then prompts you to fill in the second box saying what kind, and that's what I did. It says, but you can click save again and move past it without entering in the kind of white. It forces you. But the thing is, though, what if it's someone, who doesn't, or just like I did it, just quickly, or, someone who doesn't understand computers? I mean,
Right.
the whole point of this thing is getting this accurate count that we keep hearing
Right.
about. And it sounds like it's not accurate if it's doing these things.
True too, Gina. It's your husband actually has done us a favor because statistics show that brown people, particularly Hispanics, are soon to outnumber we white people. So
Well,
for
good.
those of
I
us
hope
who
so. I
so
wanna
for the people who don't want that, your husband was one small tick. One small
He
tick.
looks Hispanic, but
No,
he's white.
All right, traffic.
What are you?
The only thing I have is a crash I-15 southbound near 45th South. The cars are on the right shoulder and not causing any delays because no one else is out there driving. That's really all we have this morning. If you see something, though, you can always text it to us, 33986.
And my wife just texted me and says they want accurate, as in counting Black and Hispanic Americans. That's what they want.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything else they don't really care. All
Coming
right.
up,
Yes.
Utah word of the day. I'm sorry. And also, don't forget at about 7:45, Dr. Michael Cobble to answer your questions about the sickness.
Yeah. Start thinking about the questions that you would like to ask a doctor about the coronavirus.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Oh, UtahAdvocates.com.
Oh, the advocates. Now, these are great people. They're very, very fine attorneys. They are they're personal injury attorneys. So if you've been hurt in an accident, this is who you should call. We're going through interesting times with the coronavirus. They urge you to practice social distancing as much as possible. If you're sick or feeling ill, stay at home, wash your hands, all of that stuff. The advocates encourage you to take advantage of virtual sign-ups, phone consultations when you're signing paperwork, electronically whenever possible. And remember, this will all end. It will be done at some point. Remember to be kind. They are the advocates. If you need a personal injury attorney, give them a call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's 801-355-5550, or chat with an attorney online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at utahadvocates.com. This
Or-
this is
Yeah.
this is
okay.
us.
Yeah, this is us.
Radio from Hell. Yeah.
Turn the music down. It's a little backwards there, a little shuffling going on.
There we are.
We are, and the reason that's happening is because we, Carrie, Bill, and Gina, broadcasting live from our home studios.
Wait,
And
don't say I don't have a studio.
Me either. Carrie's got a studio. All the cool kids have a home studio. I have a guest room.
I have a dining room table.
you know, it's a studio if you call it that. Because that, I mean,
I'll
this room's just a room. It's just my toy room, essentially.
I'll look around and try. Try to
Although I
think
did,
of it.
although I did soundproof that wall, and
Yeah, see, you have soundproofing. I don't know. I'm in here whispering because my family's asleep.
I have drapes. They kind of soundproof things, I guess.
yeah, oh, it's cloth on the wall. That's what it does. All right. Anyway, and Katie is running things in the studio in Salt Lake X96 headquarters. All of the jocks at X96, we're all like doing this stuff from home, aren't we?
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty much.
Because we're following the rules.
I know Todd hasn't come in.
Well, I'm even
Katie
tracking from
records
home.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
record stuff
and-
from home now.
Yeah, and Katie, I think you're pretty safe just going from your home to the studio and back.
Oh yeah, that's all I do.
Yeah.
Well, and if she's the only one in the studio, so you know, and then it's cleaned up constantly. So.
Oh, I still clean it every single morning, even if I'm the only one touching it.
And are our interns doing well health-wise and all of that?
Yeah, they're both healthy. They're both good. They
I
haven't
mean, maybe
complained or said
maybe we should
anything
have
to me.
a check-in with the interns at some point tomorrow or
Sure.
sometime this week and
We
see
could totally do that.
see how their lives are faring and what's going on with them.
I'm sure they'll love that.
Will they? Do they want to be on?
I'm sure they don't mind. They're in the producer's
They're
studio,
kinda shy.
giggling right now.
We've had various kinds of interns over the years.
Yes, we have.
We've had interns who really didn't want to have anything to do with being on the radio with us at all.
And
Whenever
there's
we
me.
would ask them to, and then we had the interns who kept trying to hog as much time as they could get.
You mean me? Yeah.
And then there was the worst one was of course Pushy Brad.
Well, he was pushy.
I didn't
Back
meet
in
him.
the day, he was so bad we ended up calling him Pushy Brad. But then there are interns. Oh, I don't know. I really don't. I said,
Bill,
well,
I
what
think
do you-
you're stalling for. We need to do Utah Word of the Day, and I feel like you're stalling.
Are you
What?
putting off Utah word?
Kinda.
Is,
so we are going to do it.
Yeah,
yeah,
we're gonna do.
yeah, we're gonna.
It
Is
doesn't
there
even have a
spon-
sponsor though.
There's
does
no
it?
sponsor, Gina.
No,
Come on, see.
Okay.
We don't get paid for it.
Bill, you went to all the trouble to write this. We should really do it.
I just write when I'm writing it. I'm thinking, I hope there's a sponsor tomorrow. I hope there's a sponsor tomorrow, and then I'm always let down.
Oh wait, look, I found a sponsor.
You did?
Yep, Deborah Norville brand yarn.
What in hell? Why would Deborah Norville have her own brand of yarn?
I don't know. I'm sitting at a desk. It's my daughter's desk. Why she has a skein? This is called a skein of yarn, and it's Deborah Norville brand every day. It's low piling,
Is it piling or pilling?
pilling. Maybe it's pilling. I don't know anything about yarn. So
I'm low. I'm low piling.
Utah Word of the Day is brought to you by Deborah Norville brand. Ask for it by name.
We need to have our faces on products like that.
We need yarn. All right, go ahead, Kate.
Yeah. Okay.
Line, Line, line. This word was suggested by a self-described East Coast listener who begins his letter to us with, and I quote, "Dearest arbiters of Utah's linguistic purity," end quote. Thank you, East Coaster Jake Dillman. We hope you're well, and thanks for sending in this Utah word of the day to radiofromhell at x96.com. Now, LeVar and LeGrand, our two stout-hearted Utah men, are going to use the word line in a sentence.
Well, hey there, LeGrand. I'm just out walking the dog, and I thought I'd swing by your place to see how you're doing in this time of trouble and self-isolation. How you holding up with the quarantine?
Well, pretty good, but you're going to have to forgive me for not inviting you and the dog into the house. As a matter of fact, if you don't mind, I'd ask you to step back off the porch to the curb, and then I will, in turn, come out from behind this door and speak with you from the porch. Midge is pretty strict about this 10-foot apart thing, LeVar.
Okay, I'm stepping off the porch into the curb. You want me to stand in the middle of the road for safety's sake? Oh, and why does your voice sound so funny?
No, you don't have to stand in the street, wise guy. And my voice sounds this way because I'm wearing a mask.
A mask? Like what, a Halloween monster mask or a ghost?
You want to just keep being a wise guy, or do you want to talk about the state of today's affairs? I mean, Midge has a tuna fish sandwich with a dill pickle on it just waiting for me in there.
Well, you're going to have to take that mask off to enjoy your sandwich, you know.
Okay, Weisenheimer.
Oh, really? I'm just kidding. How are you and the missus holding up?
Well, we're okay. We've been watching that Joe Exotic, the Lion King, on Netflix.
I don't believe it's Lion King. It's Tiger King.
No, it ain't. You're lying. It's the Lion King. And that Joe Exotic is a nut. He's a nut boy. I can tell you that, a real nut.
Listen, them big cats he has, what are they like?
Well, they got big teeth, and when they ain't just lying around, they're pretty frisky.
No. I mean, what do they look like?
Well, let's see. They're big and orange colored, and they got these black marks on them.
Black marks?
Well, yeah, like black lines on them. And oh, wait a second. Lions don't have them lines on them, do they? They're tigers, not lions. I beg your pardon, LeVar. You were right.
Well, of course. Look, I gotta go. You go enjoy your sandwich.
I will. What are you going to do back home?
I'm pretty tuckered out. I think I'll just be lying down for a spell. Yep, just lying down.
Bill, that's a nice mask you have. Where'd you get that mask?
I got it for Christmas. It's
Really? Before you even knew this was an issue?
yeah, it's an anti-pollution mask, moisture-proof and breathable, skin-cared and comfortable in wearing, health and environmental protection materials. It has a little filter thing on it, like there, and it has replaceable filter inside of it. But
You can
it's just
see you can see Bill's mask on display at x96.com/live. We have cameras on all of us in our rooms.
Our homerooms.
Oh.
I haven't
All right.
really worn it.
I'm getting quite a few questions coming in via text for Dr. Cobble when he gets here.
It'll
so
be
just
after
think-
the news.
Yeah, after the news. It'll be about 7:45 is when Dr. Cobble will be on the phone answering your questions. So just any questions that you would have for a doctor about the coronavirus. Everybody has them. So, send them in to us via text, and I'll copy and keep them. Or get ready to call in at 7:45 after we award round one of your boners. Traffic, Gina.
Only incident to tell you about is a crash I-15 southbound near 45th South. The cars are off to the right shoulder, and that means the HOV lane is affected, but the rest of traffic seems to be getting by. Oh, if there was any traffic, but there's not, because y'all are doing the right thing and staying home and staying safe and not driving. But if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, I would be happy to pass that along. You can text it to us at 33986.
Okay.
Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates for you. Number one, oh, but hey, we're workout bros. Number two, onward Christian soldiers. And number three, well, somebody needs to learn to drive me home.
Round one of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo on the way. Stand by for all of that. Hoops Vision Correction.
Oh, yes. You've heard of the Visian ICL procedure, haven't you? It's a kind of an alternative to LASIK, And Hoops Vision, this is not a big surprise, are a national leader in this amazingly advanced vision correction option. Maybe you've been told you aren't a candidate for LASIK, but you still want improved vision without the hassle of glasses and contacts. Well, Visian ICL could be just perfect for you. It is your solution. You can learn more about this latest vision correction technology in the hands of Hoops Vision's experienced surgeons. Carrie and I and most of our family members have had procedures done at Hoops.
That's great. They are the best.
They really are. I haven't worn glasses for years because I had my vision corrected with LASIK, but this Visian ICL is really cool. It's an implantable contact lens. Find out if it's right for you by calling Hoops Vision at 877-30-LASIK. Or you can book an appointment online at hoopsvision.com.
Okay. We've got 7:17 right now.
Sorry, I had to go let Riley out.
The doctor will be here, Dr. Cobble, coming up, and you'll be able to ask questions. Any question you would have for a doctor about coronavirus, this is the time to do it. And maybe jot down the number, 877-602-9696 is the number to call. And Dr. Cobble will be on the line with us, and he can hear your questions. Or you can text the questions. The number is 33986.
I am collecting those questions as they come in.
Okay.
And we'll have them ready for the doctor when he gets here at 7:45. So start calling in with your questions right after we award round one of your boners. Oh, let's get to that right now. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 2's voting. We'll do this again at 8:20 with 3 more candidates, 3 different ones. We'll get a winner there. And we'll take both the winners and we'll put them into the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and you decide Boner of the Day at that time. Right now, you need to pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it, pick it up someday, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. But hey, we're workout bros. Again, optics. Again, weirdness. Mark Wahlberg and Mario Lopez joined a long list of celebrities who've spoken out in recent weeks, urging fans to stay at home and self-isolate as a means to stop the spread of coronavirus. But the Spencer Confidential actor and the Access Hollywood host were quickly accused of hypocrisy after they each posted clips from a joint workout at a gym in Los Angeles while thousands of their viewers remained under quarantine at home. The video was posted to Instagram, and Lopez filmed himself and Wahlberg inside of a training facility while touting the workout as anyone can do in their apartments or backyards without equipment. Everybody's pretty much been cooped up in their homes for the last couple of weeks. I think now more than ever, since we don't know when this is going to end, we need to stay active, not just for your physical health, but for your mental health, Lopez said. Clips posted to their social media pages show Lopez and Wahlberg joined by a female participant and a man in the background who's filming them with a cell phone.
Well, they're all in the same family, all of them. They all live in
number
the
of-
same house.
A number of fans praised them for providing them an awesome and great workout, but others said, teach people from your own homes. Stay at home for real. And shouldn't gyms be closed?
Yes.
Boner candidate number 1. Oh, but hey, we're workout bros. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Onward, Christian soldiers. More than 1,200 people attended church services at a Louisiana church, again defying the governor's coronavirus ban against more than 50 people gathering. I don't know. 50 people is
too many.
too many.
That's too many.
You
Yeah.
should stay
But this was
with your
this
immediate family.
This was 1,200 people. Tony Spell has continued to hold services all month at the Life Tabernacle Church in Baton Rouge, even as the coronavirus spreads throughout the United States. More than 143,500 people tested positive in the U.S., and we know I think we know all those statistics.
Yeah, and New Orleans is exploding with it.
Yeah. Spell told CBS News that 1,265 people went to his church on Sunday and defended their assembly. We have a constitutional right to congregate, Spell said. We
Not the
will
point.
continue. He said that they
point.
disinfect the venue daily and even boasted that it's cleaner than gas stations that are open, or Walmart or Sam's Club. That's quite a claim, isn't it? That a church is cleaner than a gas station. Boner candidate number 2. Onward, Christian soldiers. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Well, somebody needs to learn to drive me home.
All right, Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Now more than ever, we need fun ways to stay entertained at home. Haster Games has hundreds of great board games. Haster Games, 6831 South State and HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
All right, I'm borrowing news intros from various TV stations in Europe, so let's get this one.
What's that one from?
This is from Channel 4 News in the UK.
Good morning. I'm your Radio from Hell news presenter, now offering endless waterproofing options. Quarantine due to coronavirus outbreak has made people do all kinds of stuff. Call it a blessing in disguise, but finally we have time for little things in life that we've missed out on. And I want you all to know that Mia Khalifa is using this time to get flexible. She's
Well,
Well,
good.
it's about
she's
time.
yeah.
That's
I mean,
a positive, I think.
So she's getting on TikTok. She posted videos of herself and her fiance, and it's just the cutest thing you'll see. Mia Khalifa, who documented her quarantine day 14 with her TikTok video of her being a contortionist, trying to get into every position she can, with of course her fiance. It's not the positions you're thinking.
Oh,
This is a challenge where you get on your partner's back and then wiggle all the way over their body and finally stand up in front of them.
That doesn't.
So you go up over the top and around and back. You
hell?
start in the front and you go up. So you
I
start
guess
on the
you'd
front.
have to be flexible to do
yeah.
that.
And she's been showing off her flexibility, and I applaud her. Tiger King fans can't get enough of Carol Baskin.
She totally
and the-
killed her husband and fed him to the tigers.
The mystery of
Totally
her
did.
the mystery of her disappearing husband, Jack
no
Don
mystery.
Lewis.
It's no mystery.
Lewis, especially the Motley Crue featured in the Netflix documentary. Jeff Lowe, who is the current owner of Jeff's Exotic Oklahoma Zoo and the subject of a lawsuit filed by Exotic from prison, spoke with David Spade for a live stream version of the comedian's Lights Out with David Spade about whether he thinks Baskin may have played a role in her husband's disappearance. Oh, there's no doubt. There's no question. We know so much more than the documentary showed, Lowe said to Spade, about the mystery that looms over the street. You know, Netflix,
Do
they
tell.
whitewashed a lot of it. They whitewashed it. I think because of legal exposure from something they can't prove, but we have a lot more evidence against her that just wasn't shown. It's not just the fans who are interested in learning more about what really happened to Tampa millionaire Don Lewis. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office still has Lewis listed as a missing, endangered adult. They don't have him as listed as deceased.
because
But
they don't
she
have a
got
body.
the insurance company to list him as deceased so she could get his money.
Miss Baskin has unequivocally denied any involvement in her husband's disappearance on multiple occasions, including in a statement released after Tiger King was premiered, and she called the documentary salacious and sensational. Well, that's
Yeah.
accurate. That's it. Yeah, so there's more to it here. You know, people are complaining about when we talk about this thing. Well, I haven't even watched it yet. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, knowing any of this stuff doesn't matter. It's what
couldn't
you
even
see
begin to
it's what you see
describe.
and how it's presented. It's like the details of the facts are just secondary to just the spectacle of this whole thing, which is pretty strange and amazing. Something to talk to Dr. Cobble about. When infectious pathogens have threatened the United States, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has been front and center during the H1N1 of 2009, Ebola in 2014, a mosquito-borne outbreak called what, Gina?
Zika.
Very good. In 2015, the CDC...
I know my outbreaks.
I know you do. The CDC has led the federal response. Yet the nation's public health agency, with its distinguished history of successfully fighting scourges such as polio, smallpox,
I heard of them.
has been conspicuously absent in recent weeks as infections and deaths from the new coronavirus soared in the United States. Remember, Dr. Anthony Fauci, he's not the CDC. He's the head of the a bureau called Infectious Disease Control. President Trump has been holding daily press conferences at the White House, but no CDC people have been there. Fauci directs the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. The public has heard much less from the director of the CDC, Dr. Robert Redfield, and the agency based in Atlanta. They haven't held a media briefing since March 9th. On Monday, Dr. Redfield agreed to a phone interview with a reporter in Atlanta, and some of the things that they asked him: has the CDC learned anything new about the virus, such as how contagious it is or how it's transmitted in recent weeks? He replies, well, let's take transmission. This virus does have the ability to transmit far easier than the flu. It's probably now about 3 times as infectious as the flu. We've pretty much confirmed that it is there are significant numbers of individuals that are infected who actually remain asymptomatic. So they get it, but they don't have any symptoms. The virus is in them, but they don't have symptoms. That may be as many as 25%. That's important because now you have individuals that may not have any symptoms, then they can contribute to this transmission. They don't have the symptoms, but
So
they can
how
still
does
give
that
it to
work,
you.
though?
Yeah,
they
can
touch their face, they touch their nose, they touch their mouth, they touch a door handle.
They happen to
and
sneeze because of something else, some other reason. Says we've learned that in fact they do contribute to transmission. And finally, those of us that get symptomatic, it appears that we're shedding significant virus in our oropharyngeal compartment. You know,
Oh,
your
easy
nose,
for you to say.
Yeah, your nose and your throat and mouth and so. But one thing about the people who are asymptomatic, they could also hold a key to finding a vaccine or something to prevent the spread in the future. Donald Trump made an unfounded claim that hospitals have been stealing masks.
Because that's what an old rich white guy does, is blame the help for
Despite
stealing
US
things, you know.
Despite U.S. states demanding more medical supplies to manage the coronavirus pandemic, as U.S. cases of coronavirus neared 140,000 on Sunday, the president told reporters assembled at the White House that something was going on with the supplies of masks. They've been delivering for years, 10 to 20,000 masks, okay? It's a New York hospital. It's packed all the time. How do you go from 10 to 20 to 300,000, 10 to 220,000 masks to 300,000, even though this is different?
What?
Yeah, they're getting rich. They're getting rich selling them on the black market, Donald.
You know, it's New York hospital said, and Donald Trump criticized this. You know, we only have 2 ventilators. That's all we've ever needed. How many do you need now? 3,000. Well, how could that possibly be? You can't.
There's
What do you
more
mean? You go
sick
from
people
2
now.
to 3,000? That's just there's something wrong there.
Just
Yes.
astounding.
Yes, there is.
And of course, he never supplies any evidence to support his claims.
Never. It's just something he's seen on the internet or something that Jarrett saw on the internet and told him.
Yeah. A Utah group of doctors, the largest physician network, disseminated a recommendation purportedly from state health officials that doctors should prescribe an unproven malaria medication for coronavirus. Then they rescinded that a day after. In retracting its initial message, the Utah Medical Association acknowledged a lack of convincing evidence that the medications help COVID-19 patients and explained that the few available studies are poor quality and conflict with one another.
But the president said it was a miracle.
The drugs come with their own set of risks, they explained. You know, it's, I mean, it was pretty, and this happened a week ago that the Utah Medical Association said, well, we think we ought to have these drugs available, and now they're backing off of that completely.
It's bad info. It always has been. Get it from an actual source.
So for the next 5 weeks, nearly 500 of Utah's at-risk kids won't be going hungry while their school remains closed. Professional golfer and Utah native Tony Finau, I'm sorry,
nice.
Gina, it's a sports story,
That's okay.
has joined with Hunger Fighting Charity for the Kids to deliver meals and hygiene kits to families with students at Bachman and Liberty Elementary Schools on the west side. The first batch of meal kits, funded with help from Tony Finau, his charitable foundation, were delivered Monday to families that rolled by Bachman Elementary in a line of cars. Finau, the first golfer of Pacific Islander descent to compete in the PGA Tour and a former Bachman Elementary School alumnus it should be, said that donations would help ease the strain felt by many families forced into self-isolation. Our hope is that by taking care of and helping these kids and their families, they'll get the nourishment they need, said Tony Finau. And again, that's Bachman and Liberty Elementary Schools. He has a particular fondness for those schools because that's where he grew up on the west side of Salt Lake and went to Bachman Elementary. So this is just fiendish. as jigsaw puzzles, I've never really enjoyed them, but I know a lot of people really like jigsaw puzzles. And as if they weren't hard enough, consider a jigsaw puzzle. Now, first, the first one, some of the ones that were really hard, where it was just an all black, you know.
Oh, I hate those ones
No,
that
I
are
don't-
just
I
one
wanna
color.
have a picture. At
This
least.
is even worse. It's entirely clear pieces.
Oh,
You can see through them.
why
The
would you
brain-
do that to yourself?
The brain melting activity is currently available from Etsy seller Little Flower Pot Shop, and
No,
there are
thanks.
4 variations based on the difficulty. The easiest option has just 9 pieces. The moderate puzzle has 25 pieces. The hard puzzle has 49 pieces, and the crazy puzzle has 144 tiny acrylic pieces
Nope.
that you've
want
got
a
to admit
picture.
it would keep you occupied.
But the satisfaction of putting the picture together, that's the part that's satisfying.
No, the part that's satisfying is finding how all the pieces fit together.
Yeah, as
And-
long as my phone works and I have the internet, I don't need to do any of this.
God, you have any idea how privileged that sounded?
I have the internet. I don't
Yeah.
need a puzzle.
I got the internet. I know I do. New York Times crossword puzzles on my phone. And let's see, how much time do we have here?
We probably ought to, weather
All right.
traffic probably.
Okay.
A good day for yard work, as earlier friend of the program was saying. 63 and cloudy today. About the same tomorrow, and well, actually today will be the warmest of the next few. So it's yard work day. Let's just call it that. Because you're not out driving, and nobody is right now. I've got green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front. That means you're all staying home and staying safe. Nice work on that. Let me see if anybody sent anything in. No, they all have questions for Dr. Cobble in there. So, and that's a good place to send them. 33986.
All right, here's the boner candidate number 3. Well, somebody needs to learn to drive me home. A resident of the western U.S. state of Washington. I guess this. It's from a foreign press. A resident of the western U.S. state of Washington was arrested following a high-speed chase that left officers dumbfounded after they found the man's pit bull behind the wheel of the car. The incident happened Sunday afternoon after police received calls about a driver hitting 2 vehicles in an area south of Seattle and then speeding away, according to State Trooper Heather Axtman. She said emergency services subsequently got multiple calls about a car traveling erratically at more than 100 miles per hour. Trooper Axtman said that as officers gave chase, they got close to the vehicle, a 1996 Buick, Gina, and were
Okay,
shocked
thanks.
to see, I know you like the details,
I do.
and were shocked to see a pit bull in the driver's seat and a man steering and pushing the gas pedal from the passenger side. The pursuit ended after police deployed spike strips and arrested 51-year-old Alberto Tito Alejandro, who was booked on multiple felonies, including driving under the influence of drugs. When we took him into custody, he admitted to our troopers, I was trying to teach my dog to drive. I've been a trooper for almost 10 years, and I've seen a lot of excuses, and I've arrested a lot of people, but I've never had an excuse that someone was teaching their dog to drive. The dog itself, by the way, a female pit bull, Gina, another detail for you,
Name?
was
No name?
does not say. That's unfortunate.
Then I am unsatisfied.
But the dog, they say, was not aggressive. Let's just say that the female pit bull's name was Molly, shall we?
Okay.
It's Molly.
That's good odds, actually, that it was. Molly.
I know. Be Molly or Sadie or boner candidate number 3. Well, somebody needs to learn to drive me home.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. But hey, we're workout bros. Mark Wahlberg and Mario Lopez videotaping themselves doing a joint workout after they had urged people to remain in isolation and social distancing. Boner candidate number 2, Onward Christian Soldiers. About 1,200 people attending a church service in Louisiana defying the coronavirus ban, saying, we will continue the pastor of the church saying, we're not going to stop congregating even though the government says we should. And boner candidate number 3, somebody needs to learn to drive me home.
Okay, this is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. Yeah, that's it. It's not boner of the day yet. We got round 2 coming up at 8:20. We'll get 3 more, 3 different candidates there. We'll get a winner there, and we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide boner of the day. Right now, you've got to pick your champion of round 1. Choose wisely. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. That single digit is all we need in the message of a text. That's how the computer counts it. Text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 31, 2020, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to get your vote in. This is round 1, X96. Let's see, it is 7:43 right now. Turn that music down, Katie. We got Dr. Cobble is going to be calling in. I've already got a long list of questions. here for Dr. Cobble. So if you want to call and ask him, now would be the time to start lining up. Any question that you'd like to ask a doctor about the coronavirus. So it's call us in right now, 877-602-9696, and we'll get you lined up. But first, let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Chicken Cutlets. I forget what it was called.
And Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, visit feldmansdeli.com.
All right, we had boner candidate number one, which was about, hey, we're workout buddies, we're workout bros. Mark Wahlberg and Mario Lopez urging isolation, urging social distancing, and then slammed for posting a joint workout video. Boner candidate number two, Onward Christian Soldiers. Over 1,200 people attending a Louisiana church service defying the coronavirus ban, saying, we will continue. And the pastor of that church saying, listen, we sanitize this church. It's cleaner than a gas station. I would hope so, Reverend. And boner candidate number three, somebody needs to learn to drive me home. It's a man accused of speeding down the highway with his pit bull behind the wheel of the car trying to teach the dog to drive. Jacob won a whatever prize we were giving away.
A boner t-shirt.
Boner t-shirt. And the winner, it was really touch and go between boner candidate number two and number three. The pastor or the guy teaching his dog to drive. And the winner, boner candidate number two, Onward Christian Soldiers.
All right. Oh, there we go.
Hey.
She got brave and decided to use the hotkey.
Nice
okay, there you go. There's your winner of round one of your boners. It now qualifies to be boner of the day. It'll go forward in the contest to a boner fight. 8:20 is when we do round two. We'll get another winner there, and then we'll take both of those winners and put them against each other for a boner fight. At 9:20 is when you'll actually decide boner of the day. Okay. We got.
Yes.
We got a ton of questions.
Did we get Dr. Cobble on the line, or is that in our next break?
He's there.
He's
We're
there?
getting him right now. Is he there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can. Can you hear us?
Great. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we've got theme music for you, Dr. Cobble.
Oh, let me get that. Sorry, I was getting all the questions put together here. Oh, did I lose the theme
It's
song?
important
I
to
don't-
have theme
Oh,
music.
there it is. There it
Here,
is.
here we go.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, it's Dr. Michael Cobble, who wanted that music for his theme music. Why that, Dr.
Which
Cobble?
I don't know why. Yeah.
I just feel like we're lost in space right now. And
Good
I
choice.
loved boner number two. We've been comforting all of our patients, telling them our clinic is cleaner than a gas station as well.
Oh, good. Yeah. So, Dr. Cobble, first of all, let's just ask: is your health good and your family? Are you all well?
Oh yeah, we've been being very careful the last month, which is hopefully everyone is doing.
If you have questions for Dr. Cobble, please call us at 877-602-9696. I saw a question just popped up online. Are there calls coming in, Katie? Yeah.
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
We have a lot of
we
text
wa-
questions.
See, we warned you guys about this. You're gonna get brave enough to call in, and he's gonna be gone. So you better line up now. 877-602-9696.
So here's a question that I had. I saw it online somewhere. How do I know if I have hay fever, allergies, or coronavirus?
Well, and I think that's a great question. It came up a little bit last week with Gina. I think that, again, hay fever, mild runny nose, blowing your nose a little bit, not very exciting, maybe temperature 99, 99.5, common symptoms you've had before. What we're really seeing right now with the younger people, and those are people under 40 or 50, their presentation with coronavirus appears to be considerable aches, muscle aches. So you're going to be achy, where hay fever, usually you're not achy. extreme fatigue. That seems to be an underlying issue across the age groups. And then usually severe sinus congestion, not just mild congestion you've had in the past with hay fever, but extreme sinus congestion. And then typically they're going to lose their taste or their smell. So again, we mentioned that last week a little bit as well. But the younger folks don't appear to really have the fever so much. It's the extreme fatigue and the muscle aches and pains. And the younger folks may not be having much of the cough either. Where people over 50 seem to be presenting with fevers. It seems to be a little more common for the older population to have a fever. Usually a significant cough, almost always a dry cough, not much mucus, and then extreme fatigue again, and then the muscle aches are pretty severe. And then the shortness of breath is dynamic for the older population, and we talked about that. It's not unreasonable to maybe get a pulse oximeter and check your oxygen status. But
Yeah, you can find those at a
symptoms.
grocery or at a pharmacy. They're pretty cheap too.
Or online. Order one.
Yeah, they're like $10. And in the old days, when I used to buy them at the clinic, we paid $300 or $400 or $500 for those. It was crazy.
I think we have a question on the phone. Do we? Or
We lost him.
Lost him.
Here's a text question. What do diabetics need to be aware of regarding COVID?
Well, I think it's the same thing, hand hygiene, 6 feet distancing from people. And I think a diabetic may notice if they see that their blood sugars go out of control, where they've been 150, 200, and they go to 300 or 400, that's a signal there's an infection cooking somewhere. So if they see their sugars double or triple, they've got something going on.
Okay.
Is takeout food safe?
Maybe, my preference would really be not put the workers at risk and also do your own food care. But again, if you're going to go to the grocery store, I really would encourage people to wear gloves, try not to touch hard surfaces. A mask isn't unreasonable, and then wash all of your items that you bring home. That's really important.
Okay. Here's a question via text. Does the doctor have any advice for us poor saps who are employed in critical infrastructure jobs, and how can we stay safe and keep our families safe? It seems all we hear about is stay home, stay safe. I get very little information about how we still going to work can do that.
Well, I think all of us poor saps are on the line right now as well. I'm going to work every day. And again, I think try to stay 6 feet away from people. Don't go to work sick. And then, hand hygiene. When we have patients coming in the office, and again, our volume's gone down quite a bit because everyone's so scared, and my population is older. We've wiped down every door handle. Anything that's touched, we're disinfecting and wiping it down. So I just think just be conscious, and I've had to remind my dad that multiple times, that do not touch a hard surface, wear your gloves, don't be around somebody that's sick, stay away from people 6 feet. So I think you can work in an environment with people as long as you're not sharing, the phones and the computers and the workspace.
And the bathroom.
Touching those places.
Yeah, try not to go.
Bathroom for sure.
Yeah.
I saw a question from a parent, and I think this is a great question. So their daughter has a fever, aches, not the cough or anything, hasn't been tested for coronavirus. How should the rest of the family react? Because the mother was like, should I go to work? I feel fine, but my daughter has a fever and we haven't been tested yet. That's kind of a gray area of how to handle.
Well, again, I think if your daughter hasn't been around anybody the last 2 or 3 weeks and not contracting this from somebody, then she may be low risk. Kids catch colds 8 times a year, so kids are still going to catch colds. Not as many because school is out, and I think all of the school systems for shutting the schools down is painful for all of us that have kids, because then you have to be home with your kids and have another ability to take care of those kids. But I think that if your child has been out in the community, it's not unreasonable to go get them tested. At the very least, I would probably make sure you're washing your hands even more so than you regularly would.
Do we still have a question on the phone still?
We do. We have someone on the phone.
No.
Oh, we just lost them?
I have a question. This is for a lot of parents. that are having college students come home. They've been away at college, they're coming home, they've been on planes, they've been around other groups of people, and then you're coming home to older parents.
You make them stay in the garage.
No, I mean seriously, what's the best way to handle that?
Well, again, that's tough because those kids are those college kids, they've been traveling and they may not have the dramatic symptoms that we see with older folks. So I think, again, those kids should not be touching hard surfaces at home. It's tough. Maybe have them wearing gloves. Do not touch their face. If they go in the bathroom, make sure that they wash their hands. If they blow their nose, wash their hands. If they touch their face, wash their hands. Clean those surfaces, the handles of the bathroom, handles of the door that those kids touch. And again, if you have an older person at home that's high risk, I think that those kids should not touch anything that the older folks may touch. And if the kids do get some muscle aches or extreme sinus congestion, or they do notice a loss in their taste or smell, they have this infection.
Yeah.
All
Dr.
right.
Caldwell, we have to take a break. Now we're going to put you on hold, sort of. You may not be able to hear us while we're in the break. I don't know. But then we'll come back to you, okay?
All right, so
Sounds good.
get your questions for Dr. Cobble. This next segment coming up, this is your chance, 877-602-9696. Any question that you would have for a doctor about the coronavirus, this is the perfect opportunity to do that. Traffic, Gina.
We're good.
We're good? All right.
Everyone's staying home and staying safe.
Okay, that's fine. We will take a break then, and we will be back. More questions for Dr. Michael Cobble coming up after these. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
The next time you are in traffic, maybe it'll be in your new Tiguan from Volkswagen Southtown, and you say, well, how am I going to do that? I'm staying home and staying safe. How do I buy a new car? It's possible. Volkswagen Southtown has made virtual car buying a reality. It all starts by going to vwsouthtown.com. Now, what can you do there? You get hooked up with a salesperson. Festus and I have worked with lots of great people at Volkswagen Southtown to get the Tiguan we've been driving most recently. You get in contact with them. They'll give you a virtual tour of the car. They'll take you inside. They'll show you all the features and everything. Then you might be interested enough for a home visit. They'll bring the car to your house. They'll wipe it down, sanitize it, give you a test drive. After that, you can do all the financing online from your house. You don't have to go to the dealership. Do everything online, even trade in a car. All of that works. You can apply for financing. There's a payment calculator, everything you need. But where you have to start, just go to vwsouthtown.com.
All right, it's 8 o'clock right now, and we have Dr. Michael Cobble. Let me get his theme music here. Dr.
Yeah.
Michael Cobble on the phone answering your questions.
So 877-602-9696, that's the number to call. And,
Or you can text 33986.
And we've been having a little trouble with the phones, losing calls. Are there any there to lose, Katie? Okay, let's go to
with
Bradshaw.
Bradshaw, yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, there's been some back and forth on a healthy person wearing a mask. And, is this airborne?
Should healthy people wear masks?
Well, I think again, that's a tough question. I've had healthy people walking into my office wearing masks. I think that if you're going to go out in areas where you're around people, it's probably safe to protect yourself in some regard. If you're sick, you shouldn't be going out at all. And again, I don't think it's unreasonable to wear face protection if you're going out shopping or you're going to be out in the community at all. One comment I made earlier about wearing gloves, you don't have to have medical gloves or plastic gloves. They can be cloth gloves, and that's what I wear when I go out to the grocery store, and then throw them in the wash when you get home, and using disinfectant, those types of things. But I think the big thing is this is aerosolized most of the time. The problem is people aerosolize it on their hands, and then you spread it that way as well. So just being conscious of not slobbering, snotting on people, coughing on people.
Did you just say not
things.
snot on people?
Yeah, he said
Snotting.
don't snot
Yeah.
on people.
Snotting. That's a medical term.
Yeah, when I used to have a high volume clinic, I used to treat a lot of snot nose in the clinic. So people came in with runny, snotty noses, and if you're seeing 30 or 40 of those people a day, you got every illness you could imagine.
Yeah.
Quit snotting on me.
I always thought snot nose was reserved for brats. Snot nosed brats were the only people that ever
We're
had
in different times now, Gina. That's
My grandpa said that all the time. You snot-nosed kid?
that. Yeah.
Thanks, Bradshaw.
Thank you, Bradshaw.
Thank
Let's
you.
see. Here's a text question. Since COVID-19 is a virus, what good are all of these antibacterial wipes, soaps, and sprays?
Well, I think they're not antibacterial; they're antiseptic. So they're cleaning the virus off. They're removing the virus by washing and disinfecting. And again, these things can kill 99.9% of bacteria, and they can kill 99.9% of viruses. The key is an antibiotic that people take orally is for bacterial infection. There are some antiviral medications for the flu and other viral illnesses, but there is not a viral medicine for this currently. The best medicine is to avoid people that are sick and don't go out if you're sick, and then do the hygiene issues that have been promoted.
I've got a quick question, you guys.
Yeah.
For us asthmatics, does Symbicort or taking any kind of inhalers, does that cause any problems with this kind of a thing, especially for those like with the cough or things like that? Are those per se bad to still use? Because I use Symbicort every single day.
Yeah, and Bill had asked that last week. Again, I think for asthma, the albuterol, Ventolin, bronchodilators are great. There's no evidence that medicines like Pulmicort, Symbicort, Advair, et cetera, they have a combination steroid product in them, topical steroid, are dangerous at this point. I wouldn't take an oral steroid. Again, the ibuprofen, Aleve, non-steroidals, and Tylenol are safe. There was some misinformation about that earlier, but yeah, of course, asthmatic, you should wear a mask. Don't touch anything. Use your inhalers as you normally would for prophylaxis and or treatment of your symptoms. I think the big thing is last week we had 10,000 new cases per day in the United States, 500 or about 50 per day in Utah. Toward the end of last week, we were at 15,000 new cases a day in the U.S. Now we're at 20,000 new cases a day, 100 new cases a day in Utah. We're at a 5% test positive rate in Utah, so that's still good news. That means probably 1 in 20 Utahns have this. The test positive rate's gone up from 14% nationally to 16%. So the question earlier was, my kid's coming home from college, my kid's traveling in the airplane, what's the chance they could bring it home? I'd say it's 1 in 7. It's about a 16% chance. And That's really important.
Dr. Cobble, as Gina was pointing out earlier, this is the approach to this is very patchwork. So we have good news in Utah about this, but other places not good news, like New York or Florida or Louisiana. So does that mean that Utah can somehow continue to be a little island of fairly good news?
I don't think so. We're seeing this spread across the Midwest. So this hit really hard on the East Coast. Over 20% positive rates in New York. They have a lot of challenges with subway and mass transit and close proximity. We're seeing it hit hard through the Midwest. We're seeing it move across the United States. I think that we're lucky now. Hopefully we'll stay at 5% or less, but I think we have to anticipate the worst. If you look at the United Kingdom right now, they have 6% mortality rates with this infection. In the United States, we're at 2%. In Germany, it's about 0.4%. So Germany has had the best response from an industrialized nation. But again, I think we've got to just assume that this is going to continue to spread west, and we've all got to be very safe and careful. And we anticipate this is going to peak in Arizona, Nevada, and California in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So it's spreading west.
And we need to stay vigilant with it. I'm worried people are going to say, well, I've stayed inside long enough. I'm tired of this. I'm going to go back to my normal activity. And we can't. We've got to keep home.
There's a new test, apparently, for COVID-19 that can be run from a doctor's office like your office and give results in 5 minutes. It's approved by, apparently Abbott has developed this. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that last week. It's, again, a finger stick test. There are several companies that are producing it. Abbott's one of the larger lab manufacturers. But if you are positive, it's going to turn positive in 5 minutes. For a true negative, it's going to take about 15 minutes. It's a finger stick. I'm not sure how many clinics are ordering that. Again, in Utah, Intermountain likes to own everything. So if they don't own the test, they're probably not providing it. Some of the other facilities may, but again, the false negative, false positive rates with those tests can run 10% or greater. So just because it's negative doesn't mean you don't have the illness.
Yeah.
There's some more text questions here. Out of the number of cases being reported, are they all positive, or are they based on how many tests have been given? I think they want to get a better idea of what we're looking at here.
Well, again,
I think Dr. Cobble was saying 1 in 7 people might have been exposed to it. So,
yeah, 1 in 7 tests that are run nationally are coming back positive. So that means that 1 in 7 people that are tested have the disease, and you have to assume that 1 in 7 people in the community have the disease. Again, in Utah, it's 5%. So you just have to assume that 1 in 20 people have the disease. So if you were going to school, there are 20 kids in the classroom, or whatever age, you have to assume that one of those people have the illness, and typically they infect 2 other people. And this doubles every 3 days. So the best way to avoid spreading this disease is stay away from people.
Do people who have blood type O have a resistance to COVID?
There's no evidence of that. So we haven't seen blood typing that gives resistance.
All right.
Now I heard that people around the world are working frantically to find a vaccine for this. There's some good news coming out of Germany, I understand. Do you know about that?
I haven't seen that, but again, I think all of us expect, the experts as well, that we're looking at 12 to 18 months for a vaccine that will be commercially available. There are studies ongoing right now, and there may be preliminary data that's positive or optimistic, but again, for it to be commercialized, we're looking at several months.
And then, of course,
Kerry.
this final question only could come from one of our listeners, and that is there a correlation with COVID recipients' wellness and cannabis use? Is weed good or bad in relation to the virus?
I think if you have a medical reason to use cannabis, that's great. there's no evidence that it protects you or harms you.
All right.
But I feel invincible, isn't
I
that
feel
enough?
better. Yeah. All right,
Well,
but-
it may help the anxiety for sure,
Yeah.
and there's no doubt there's a lot of fear and anxiety, and
No, it just makes me paranoid, so I stay away from it. Anyway, Dr. Cobble, thanks. Maybe we'll talk to you later in the week or certainly next week. Thank you.
Yeah, stay home, stay safe.
You too.
All right.
Be well.
Thank
you,
you.
Doctor. Okay, Gina, traffic.
Police are helping at the intersection of Redwood Road, 31st and 45th South. Lights appear to be working, but use caution at those intersections in West Valley. And that's the only incident being reported. If you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right. Thank you. Let's. Round 2 coming up.
Yes, round 2 of the boners. Here are the candidates. Number 1, well, we hope you're okay, David Geffen. Number 2, Jersey Offenders. And number 3, what a great sports icon.
Okay, round 2 of your boners. Big boy news, opinioendo, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. It's all on the way. Brooklinen.com is the website to go to, and that's how you should go shopping, is on the website. Because we're all staying at home, trying to stay safe, you want to make your living space as comfortable as possible, and that's certainly what Brooklinen is trying to do, help you with. That is, we love our Brooklinen sheets here at our house and our towels. And Brooklinen on a mission to make you comfortable. It's not just towels and sheets. They also have shower curtains, bath mats, robes. Oh, I need a new robe. Candles, loungewear. Well, you know, since we're working from home, loungewear is very important. Silk eye masks. That'll make you feel better. Art, they have that on their website as well. So go to brooklinen.com. It's the perfect place to start making small changes that make a big difference. Brooklinen so confident in their product that all of their sheets, comforters, loungewear, and towels come with a lifetime warranty. So go ahead and make yourself comfortable. You'll get 10% off your first order and free shipping when you use the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life. Hello, this is William Shatner, star of Rescue 911. I have friends who are currently suffering the personal agony of hair loss. Through them, I have learned the importance of investing in a high-quality wig or toupee. That is why, if I needed a hairpiece, I would visit
Carrie and Bill's Wig and Toupee Emporium.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys, and we're proud to be associated with Worldwide Celebrity Wigs and Toupees. It's the only non-surgical hair replacement center that offers toupees and wigs woven entirely from celebrities' hair.
Worldwide contracts to buy the hair of Hollywood's most hirsute celebrities. Then, when the stars get a haircut or die, Worldwide is on hand to harvest the hair. The hair is then woven into a versatile, lightweight, comfortable wig, personally cut, fit, and styled for you. Just listen to these satisfied customers.
I lost my hair and scalp in an unfortunate encounter with an industrial blender. It was unsightly, and my confidence was at an all-time low. But when Dinah Shore died, Worldwide made me a wig from Dinah's hair. Now I'm so full of confidence, I may just go after Burt Reynolds. Wow.
After years of working at the toxic waste dump in Tooele, I began to notice a loss of most of my head and body hair. I gave Worldwide a call. They replaced the hair on my head with a wig made from Randall Carlisle's Golden Locks. And as an added bonus, they threw in a half a pound of Ed Asner's body hair for free. Now I'm so confident, I may just go after Kimberly Perkins.
This is William Shatner again. Please don't suffer with the torment and embarrassment of hair loss. Just look in the phone book for my friends at
Carrie and Bill's Wig and Toupee Emporium.
Please don't delay. Beam yourself up a full head of hair today.
Okay, there we go. 8:16. We're early, which means we can
Well.
have plenty of news here.
But then take your time introducing it, because I'm still putting some stuff together here.
Okay.
Bill's had some technical difficulties, and my dog keeps barking, and my family's all asleep, and so I have to go out and. So I don't know if you've heard that at all.
Yes, I did. And you know, the only solution to that, Gina, is you beat the animal. You have to
stop.
What? That's what Carrie does with his dogs, isn't it, Carrie?
No.
Oh, where is Gina?
What do you mean?
I don't
right there.
see you. I just see an empty
you
microphone.
don't see me?
No.
Oh, maybe her thing has frozen. and
That's
it will,
weird.
It will refresh in a moment.
Oh.
Yeah, we're broadcasting from our home studios, and Katie is back at the main studio, X96 studio, running the board and all that. So we're having little technical issues here and there.
I think it's worked really well though so far. I'm pleasantly surprised, and we are able to have cameras, which is what we were talking about just a second ago. I don't know if I'm back unfrozen.
No, it's
but
just
if you
frozen.
Oh, you're on live. We've
Yeah,
got you
no.
on live, so.
I see you fine.
Yeah.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see all four of us.
And I don't care about seeing you, so it's fine
That's
if you're
rude.
If your frame is frozen.
I'm impressed we got this up and running so well.
I mean, I look at I look at you from across the room when we're in the studio, quite a ways, and you're sort of hidden behind a computer screen, and I'm
You
kind of
prefer
hidden,
that?
I'm kind of hidden behind a computer screen, and yes, now that I'm seeing you close up on a camera, I wish we were back in the studio.
It's because I don't have eyelashes, isn't it? It's
That's exactly
throwing you off.
That's exactly what it is. I don't know how to deal with it. It's disconcerting. I keep thinking she's not batting her eyelashes at me like she usually does.
I'm not. It is weird. So yesterday I tried to put mascara on. I haven't worn mascara in 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Me either.
And I tried to put it on, and it, because when they do your lashes, when you do the lash extensions, they cut your natural lashes so they can stick the fake ones on. They glue them on.
Well,
so
now that I
because
didn't
all my
know.
because all my lashes are gone and have fallen off, I just have these little stubby weird natural lashes. So Bill, I'm giving you a pass for not wanting to look at me because I am hideous.
You are not. Take that back. You are not even remotely close to hideous.
She's demanding that you take that back, Gina.
I am.
All right.
Here's in the chat room regarding our doctor that we have call in to answer questions about
Dr. Cobble.
The virus, Dr. Cobble. The doctor is more depressing than the news. Anytime someone poses something that sounds positive, he says it either isn't or won't be for long. Anyways, it's getting worse.
Well, he's telling us the truth that we need to hear.
Yeah, the doctor isn't depressing. The facts are depressing.
The world is depressing right now.
You know, it's just a weird place to be.
We are in an interesting place here in Utah because we are watching how bad it is on the coast, and like he was saying, it's it's moving in, and we have the benefit of time to prepare for it. But it is coming. The wave is coming. So the better we social distance now, which is why we're home, and many of you are, and I'm glad of that. We're going to keep those numbers down, but we're not going to keep it from the wave from coming here.
Well, that's depressing, Gina. Would
But
you stop
it
being
is-
so depressing?
it's truth
every
that
time
we
you
need
say
to
every
talk
time you say
about.
something, it's depressing. I mean, really.
And I can't emphasize this enough. If you're getting your information, even if it's from friends on Facebook, okay? Your friend says, my brother is in the medical field, and he says this. Don't listen to that advice.
That's why we have Dr. Cobble on. He's an actual doctor.
Yeah, but he's depressing.
Get your advice from an actual professional, or the CDC, or the World Health Organization. Don't rely on, my brother is or my, it's still Facebook, and it's still hearsay. You just can't trust Facebook. Have you noticed I hate Facebook? Have I mentioned that?
Yep.
Sounds like it.
I don't
Billy,
go there.
you ready
I don't-
for news?
Yes, I am.
Can we do
I don't
news
use
now?
it. Yes, I'm ready.
All right, let's get some news going here. We got to do round one of your round two of your boners. Excuse me. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Round 1, we did that an hour ago. We already have a winner, so we got to get a winner here. We'll take them both and put them against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you're picking the champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
How about a can't buy it, gotta win it, pick it up someday Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt?
Oh, how about that? Here's Boner candidate number 1. Well, we hope you're okay, David Geffen. We mentioned this yesterday. It really is just the worst. A billionaire businessman and philanthropist, David Geffen, I believe he made most of his money in the record business, has gone private on Instagram after being called tone deaf for a post he put up while under isolation. The 77-year-old Geffen has self-isolated on his yacht in the Grenadines, which are islands in the Caribbean. David posted a photo of his yacht, had a beautiful sunset behind it, and wrote, "Sunset last night, isolated in the Grenadines, avoiding the virus. I hope everybody's staying safe." People are criticizing Mr. Geffen for showing off his wealth and privilege while millions of people are struggling with unemployment and healthcare workers are fighting for the lives of their lives while trying to save the lives of others as well. Absolute. I mean, I don't. Okay, David Geffen, I don't begrudge you sitting out on your yacht. I envy you sitting out on your yacht, and it's a beautiful, beautiful boat.
But it's tone deaf.
Being able to float in the water out and not. But you know, David, you just make people feel essy when you do stuff like that. Boner candidate number 1. Well, we hope you're okay, David Geffen. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Jersey offenders. Now, there's one particular one in here that's great, but these are all offenses, people violating a stay-at-home order in New Jersey in Camden County, and Ed Brass alerted me to this. A stay-at-home order hasn't helped some people stay out of trouble. This is Dateline, Trenton, New Jersey. The State Attorney General's office on Friday released a list of alleged offenses by South Jersey residents who might have been better off if they'd stayed inside. The order, intended to promote social distancing and curb transmission of the virus, took effect on March 21st. And 1 day later, the statement said, a 34-year-old Adrienne Morris was out, and she was charged in Gloucester Township after she went drinking with a friend and crashed her car. Morris, who was initially described by the state agency as a male, was accused of driving while intoxicated and reckless driving. On Tuesday, Carmen Fancinella allegedly went to the Waterford home of a woman and assaulted her. Fancinella was charged with aggravated assault. And here's the best one. A woman in Pittman violated the curfew orders, the quarantine orders, by going to her boyfriend's house and throwing a Molotov cocktail inside. It did not detonate, the Attorney General's office noted. The woman was charged with arson and weapons possession. Various Jersey offenders for boner candidate number 2, particularly the woman who decided it would be a good idea to go to her boyfriend's house and throw a Molotov cocktail inside. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. What a great sports icon.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
No matter how it happened, Caliber Collision makes it like it never did. The nation's largest collision repair company, rated among the highest in customer satisfaction, restoring the rhythm of your life.
News. I'm borrowing news beds from various TV stations across Europe, so here we go.
Good morning, BBC presents your chat show.
That one sounds very important.
Yes.
It's 7 o'clock, this is Sky News.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's Sky News.
It's Sky News. So, you want something to, divert your attention, to get
Please.
wrapped up in a little bit. And why don't you apply to be an astronaut?
They just take applications? Is
Yeah,
that how you do it?
They're taking applications right now.
They want
NASA's-
a work history. They want your skills.
They want to know what your temperature is. NASA's new class of astronauts, the first to graduate since the agency announced its Artemis program, are there. But this is, for the first time in more than 4 years, they're accepting applications Monday for future astronauts. So they started accepting applications yesterday. So you better hurry and get your application in. Aspiring Moon to Mars explorers have until midnight tonight to apply. The call for more astronauts, of course, comes at a time when the agency is preparing to send the first woman and the next man to the moon with the Artemis program. Exploring the moon during this decade will help humanity prepare for its next giant, sending astronauts to Mars. This may be the only way we escape the virus,
Just
by
leaving the planet.
leaving the planet. America is closer than any other time in history since the Apollo program to returning astronauts to the moon. We will send the first woman and the next man to the lunar South Pole by 2024, and we need more astronauts to follow suit on the moon and then Mars, said the administrator of NASA, Jim Bridenstine. See if this sounds like you. We're looking for talented men and women from diverse backgrounds and every walk of life to join us in this new era of human exploration that begins with the Artemis program to the moon. If you've always dreamed of being an astronaut, and who hasn't, then apply.
Can I remain seated is my
yes.
question.
Well, but once you get there, you'll have to get up and do work.
Not
yeah,
too
probably
much.
not then.
Because you're in a weightless condition. You'd be low gravity. So I think, Gina, I think your body is made for low gravity.
Low or no gravity?
Well, what a compliment that is, huh? Yeah, you got a figure that's made for low gravity. Scientists just figured out a way, though, to benefit future astronauts. Urine. Pee.
Huh?
The new study suggests that astronauts could build shelters with lunar soil and human urine. More specifically, they would use
Pee
urea.
house?
Urea, a component of urine, as a plasticizer, helping to soften concrete-type mixes and make them more pliable for hardening. The researchers tested the idea while making mud cylinders from a substance similar to moon soil. They discovered that the urea compound, comes from pee, supported heavy weights and remained largely stable.
So next time you're pouring cement, I should pee in it?
Pee in it. No, it's already got. That's already
Write
got
your name in
hardeners.
it, Carrie. See what
No,
happens.
I don't think that's what he means.
No, it's already got hardeners in it. See what you need. If you don't need to buy cement anymore, you can just dig up some dirt in your backyard and pee in it, and then use it for bricks.
What are you doing back there, Carrie Jackson?
Make it bricks.
It's going to take me quite a while to make a wall.
Boy,
or
not
anything.
me. I got to go all the time. Okay, let's see. So here's another great one from the president. He told governors.
Oh, yeah, I heard this recording, yeah.
Here, Donald Trump is who I'm talking about. Told governors on a conference call yesterday that he had not heard about testing in weeks. I haven't heard anything about testing, that there was a lack of testing. I hadn't heard that. No,
It was the governor of Montana who was saying that we need tests. We're not getting the tests that we need, and he's I haven't heard anything about it, so it must not be true.
Steve Bullock of Montana, the governor, Democratic governor there, said that the officials in his state were trying to do contact tracing, tracking down people who have come into contact with those who've tested positive, and that they were struggling because, quote, we don't have adequate tests. Literally, we are one day away. If we don't get tests from the CDC, then we won't be able to do any testing in Montana. But Mr. Trump said, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard anything about test shortages.
Because they're not talking about it on Fox News.
Yeah. Let's see. So if you are a renter in Utah, as many of us are, like William Hennig, among the thousands of Utah renters now being pushed to cliff's edge by coronavirus. The 23-year-old New Yorker who moved to Salt Lake 4 years ago works part-time clerking at a Chevron station. And like people all over, he's deeply worried but less about catching the virus than about keeping a roof over his head. His rent for April and other residents at the Altitude on Fifth Apartments near Pioneer Park is coming due in a matter of days, but his work hours and pay have been cut, and business has dropped off. And he says it's just a big stressor. I'm just going to be honest with my landlord. There's a 90% chance I'm not going to be able to make rent.
I used to live there in that actual apartment building. That's actually where I tore my ACL.
Similar stories unfolding across the Beehive State as the viral outbreak continues to, smash through the economy. Roughly 30% of Utahns rent their homes, and that includes large shares of the state's restaurant, food, hospitality, and retail employees that have been idled in recent weeks. Help is coming. The U.S. government's $2 trillion stimulus package that won approval on Friday will put $1,200 checks in the hands of all American adults, along with relief on tax bills, payment delays for mortgage holders, and measures to temporarily halt evictions. But none of that's likely to reach here until probably, it may start trickling in tomorrow, so that's good news. The Utah Apartment Association tells landlords that while most tenants will still be able to pay, there may be legitimately be cases where somebody was sick or quarantined or lost income because of business closures. We're encouraging landlords to accommodate renters in need, said Paul Smith, the association's executive director. So there are, and it is surreal to see this, tents going up, makeshift tent hospitals going up in Central Park.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
They'll begin treating overflow patients from Mount Sinai as the spread of the virus continues to overwhelm hospitals. Announcing the 68-bed repository or respiratory unit this weekend, Bill de Blasio, the mayor of New York, praised the relief organization, Samaritan's Purse, responsible for funding and erecting the facility. Now, what the mayor didn't mention is the group is led by Franklin Graham, a notorious anti-LGBTQ and Islamophobic preacher with a track record of using humanitarian missions to proselytize his evangelical agenda. Graham, the son of Billy Graham, has specifically sought to recruit Christian medical staff to the Central Park facility. According to the group's website, all volunteers, including healthcare workers, should read and adhere to a statement of faith in which marriage is defined as
help everybody that needs help
exclusively. Now they're saying all volunteers and doctors should adhere to this faith. Now, asked whether you're going to only take patients who adhere to the faith, what if someone's gay? What if Graham says we'll take everybody
as long as you pledge.
restrictions on the healthcare work. How about what are your qualifications to be able to help sick people? That's the only question.
Well, I'm a Christian. That's my
Well,
qualification.
That's a
certainly
qualification.
I'm a
qualified.
Christian, that's all.
Samaritan's Purse, this organization that he is head of, holds $650 million in net assets. And it has a lengthy history of using disaster aid to spread their Christian agenda. A campaign known as Operation Christmas Child, which delivers gift boxes to children in Muslim countries. They say that they'll give you a Christmas box, but then they try to turn you into a Christian.
Well, yeah, if they're sending them to Muslim children who don't care about Christmas.
Oh, they know what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
Let's see. So here's good news. London-based sex club, and I don't know why you would name your sex club this, Killing Kittens.
Ooh.
I don't. Isn't letting the coronavirus stop them from having an orgy. They're doing online live streaming digital orgies using Zoom. Everyone wears a mask. All right, that's it.
Okay. Sports weather traffic.
Well, this is sports out of St. George.
What?
The atmosphere was absolutely electric at Sunset Lanes as Mo Davis picked up his bowling ball for the 10th frame after he began Wednesday's Invitational League play with 9 straight strikes. It's very exciting. With all eyes riveted on Davis, applause from fellow bowlers. Within seconds of releasing his first ball on the 10th said it all. A similar applause followed a strike on his second shot. A memorable 300 game in St. George.
Well, you're not supposed to be out bowling. That was one of the things on the list of things that should be closed as bowling alleys.
Oh.
What the hell are they doing down there in St. George?
Yeah, knock it off, St. George. That's
you
not an
can't-
exciting story at all. Delete.
Yeah.
Just deleted that one.
All right.
Whether today's your day to get out and do some yard work. A friend of the program earlier said that's what they were going to do. Looks like it's the warmest day of the week. 63 for a high today and partly cloudy. Traffic has been very light today. Police helping traffic at the intersection of Redwood Road, 31st and 45th South. Lights appear to be working, but use caution as you're going through that intersection. And that's it. The lack of traffic tells me that you're all staying home and staying safe. And thank you for doing that. And it's brought to you by Injured in an Accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. What a great sports icon. WBO super middleweight champion, that's the World Boxing Organization, super middleweight champion Billy Joe Saunders saw his license suspended by British authorities on Monday after filming a video in which he gave men a detailed explanation on how to hit their wives or significant others while self-isolating due to coronavirus.
What?
In the video, Saunders stands by a heavy bag and says the following to the audience while occasionally throwing a punch. Your old woman is giving you a little bit of mouth, and you try to be patient, you try to be calm, cool, but on the 7th day or 6th day, should I say, you're just about to explode. All of a sudden, she's coming at you, spitting a little bit of venom in your face, ready to say you left the dishes out. I don't know what you've done, but you've upset her. So as she comes in, she's coming at you, and you've lost it. Just keep it safe with the hands. But so she comes in, she's just about to say, all of a sudden you explode, bam, on the chin. Yeah, so you hit her on the chin. At this time, she may flash and see what you're thinking. Wash it up. Has he done it? I can't believe it. Whoa, what's happened? She don't know what's happened. She's in a state of horror at the minute. She don't know what's going on. That flash is coming, and all of a sudden you just get down on your knees and spring up, so you finish her off. Bam, that should do the trick.
What in the hell is
The
this?
British Boxing Board of Control was unamused by the video. They suspended him immediately, indefinitely suspended him. He will not be able to box. He issued an apology saying it was a very bad taste, out of taste joke.
Yes. I know. Let me put this out there.
This is how to take care of your old woman. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, we hope you're okay, David Geffen, floating out there on your yacht in the middle of the Caribbean. You know, you're isolating, and you hope we're okay, too. Thanks, David Geffen. Boner candidate number 2, Jersey offenders a story of several stories or instances of people violating the quarantine order in New Jersey, but particularly the best one. A woman went to her boyfriend's house and threw a Molotov cocktail through the window. And boner candidate number 3, oh, what a great sports icon.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But right now you got to pick your champion for round 2. We'll take these 2 candidates and put them against each other, the 2 champions, and boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So right now you got to pick your champion for round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. It's an easy way to do it. The computer counts it for us. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 31, 2020, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You've got until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 2. Oh, there we go. All right. Time to. We got just a warning Utah word of the day coming up.
Oh.
But
Oh,
it's,
good potty break time.
It's time now for round two, the winner of round two of your boners. Here we go.
And round two is brought to you in part by Broiled Asparagus.
And Scott Hale offering a free estimate on whole home air purifiers and germicidal UV lights to help filter and clean the air you breathe in your home. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number one, well, we hope you're okay, David Geffen, floating out there on your yacht in the Caribbean.
Yeah, John Mayer wrote a song about it.
Yeah, we were listening to it a little bit this morning about how David Geffen, billionaire businessman, is just okay on his yacht, and he hopes we're all well, too. He really does. Boner candidate number two, Jersey offenders. A lot of people violating quarantine orders in New Jersey, particularly the woman who went to her boyfriend's house to toss a Molotov cocktail through the window. And boner candidate number three, what a great sports icon. Boxing champ Billy Joe Saunders filming a video teaching men how to commit domestic violence during these times of isolation. Let me see here. We had a winner of a prize, a tote bag or a T-shirt. I don't remember which it was. That was Emily. And the winner was boner candidate number three, Billy Saunders. What a great sports icon.
Well, there we go. That's your winner of round two. It is now going forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. And, yeah, it'll go up against the winner of round one's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of those champions and we'll put them against each other here in about a half hour from now. Boner Fight. That's when that happens at about 9:20. So be ready for that. We are broadcasting live from our home studios. Staying home and staying safe. You can watch us in our home studios at x96.com/live.
It's so exciting. Except Gina is still frozen on my.
I don't know why.
here.
Carrie,
I don't-
am I moving?
You're
for
moving.
you?
No, it's
You're
just
waving.
this is a really cheap little tablet that I got, and I'm afraid to I guess I could just start it up again probably and rejoin. Right? Would that work?
It's fine for today.
Yeah.
You don't need to see me.
No, you're right. I don't. Never mind.
I look the same.
I got an email from Dr. Cobble, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Just said, thanks for having me on. Keep up the great work in the morning, informing, educating, and entertaining people. He said, especially working from home, it isn't as comfortable with you all sitting around station naked in a work quarantine. What? We're not going to... But he says, especially Gina not having any eyelashes. He says, now that you're all working from home, it isn't as comfortable with you all sitting around naked in a station work quarantine. But
My eyelashes are naked.
Yeah.
We
He
had a
says
texter who was concerned about your eyelashes being cut off. They seem to think that maybe you are going to the wrong people.
Well, I'm not going to anybody now.
Anyway,
Yeah,
go ahead, Bill.
We're going to have a giant beauty reset when this is over.
That's too late for me.
A beauty reset.
A beauty reset would not do me any good at all.
You should try.
No, it won't help. I'm sorry. Although I have to say I don't know how long this will continue, but I've been losing weight, so that's a good thing. Just not. I
Not
don't have.
snacky. See, some people are like super snacky now because they're just home, so you
Yeah.
just sort of graze all day.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, that was
and
me.
I don't have. I just sort of don't have much of an appetite, and then and then I'll feel hungry, and then go, oh no, I don't care. Yeah, I'm hungry. I don't care.
All right. Well, we put it off long enough. I think we.
All right.
We just need to go ahead and play Utah Word of the Day. Is there a sponsor, Gina?
Yes, it's brought to you by Deborah Norville. No pilling yarn. Deborah Norville. I'll ask for the only the finest
We
yarn.
need to get our face on spark plugs. How about like a 6-pack of spark plugs? Anyway.
Go ahead.
As I understand, the Utah word of the day there was line. So, was that? We're just trying to make sure I understood all of that.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I don't have traffic, but I have a traffic sponsor.
You mean there is no traffic?
No, eerily quiet. I was mentioning it earlier. I went outside last night, and usually you can hear, just. Sure. We live in the city, Bill. You hear traffic. I wonder if you've noticed. There's just
I have.
And that's good news. That means everybody's staying home and staying safe. But if you do venture out, and if you do get into an accident, Caliber Collision makes it like you never did. They're the nation's largest collision repair company, rated among the highest in customer satisfaction, restoring the rhythm of your life.
Okay, well, then there's no traffic. All right. Well, everybody okay?
Yeah. I mean, I've just been, I'm fine. Just went and started another pot of coffee, and
I want you not to sit at your computer till 3 o'clock today.
won't.
You said yesterday you were there from 3 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I was. But that, I got up occasionally to, go to the bathroom and then cry.
Stop.
And
No,
those
I
two
want
things are
you-
related.
if I can be a mother, I want you to go outside today. Go for a walk or a bike ride or something. Get out of the house.
A play date? No. you
No
can't have a
play
date,
dates?
can I? No.
A little vitamin D never hurt nobody.
No, it's good. It is not, we can all be staying home and staying safe, but you gotta get out and get some fresh air and move around a little bit. And my kids are tired of me saying that, but luckily we have a dog that needs walking.
That's my excuse.
We've got to go out and walk the dog, but it's good for all of us to get out and do it. So, and it'll be a nice day today. So promise me you'll do that, Bill.
Well, maybe I'll go out and walk the cat.
Hey, I've done it. My blind cat gets on a harness and I take her outside. So I mean,
No, but you're dragging the cat at that case.
Yeah.
no, she walks. I let her adventure.
I'm going to go out and drag the cat.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back with Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up after these. X96.
Brother Philip likes Propel water.
It's Jesus' preferred water.
On the right hand of God. America, on the right hand of God.
Excuse us. Are you Brother Philip?
Yeah.
Hi. Can we talk to you for a second? Sure. Yeah, we do a radio show in Salt Lake City. And we're just talking to your disciples over there. Is that what we should call them? Your disciples?
Well, no.
Your brothers?
That's Jesus' disciples, really.
Oh, your associates. And we were going to chat with them for a second, and they said, well, you should go talk to Brother Philip. He's
the man.
doing the preacher. The preacher. Now, so you do this every day here in Maui?
Yeah, I try to fulfill this.
And you have signs over there that say, sign of the times. What does that mean, Brother Philip?
It's right. I have to share it.
Pardon me?
St. Matthew.
All right, now Brother
16.
Philip's going to get out
Pulling out the Bible. It's a well-worn Bible. Looks like he's had it for a while.
How long have you had that Bible, Brother Philip?
I'm not sure, really.
And it's Matthew we're looking at.
Yeah.
Are you from Maui?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm from heaven, too.
From heaven. Well, I guess
Thank you.
I guess we're all from heaven.
Praise the Lord. The Holy Bible, heaven.
Uh-huh.
And in the morning, it shall be foul weather today. For the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times?
High of 73.
I cannot discern the signs of the times.
Although it
Can
was a
you?
great album by Prince,
That's
I know
the
that.
reason why we look in the Bible, because of things that God has spoken is coming to pass today.
Now, Brother Philip, we have a woman here. She is the reason we came to Maui is to do it. We do a radio show together, and but she's actually come here to get married.
Right on.
She'll be married on Monday. Monday. And do you have any advice?
wills.
Pardon?
If God wills.
If God wills.
That means I might not get married if God doesn't will
I've maintained that all along, but if God wills, you will get married on Monday. But do you have any advice for somebody getting married?
Back to the book.
I got back in the book again. 19, eh? Was it 19?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Look at that. He knows right where to go in this book. It's like he's read it before.
Not so. Right here. And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh.
Okay.
You're still looking for somebody to perform the ceremony, aren't you? do you do weddings, Brother Philip?
No, I have a friend who does that.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for talking with us.
I love you. Thank you so much for.
Yep. And thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brother Philip, ladies and gentlemen, spreading the word on the streets of Maui on front. All right. Hi. It's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And KXRK Provo, the whole thing.
Why do you sound that way, Carrie? Why?
Because
What's the matter?
we're early and yeah.
we're too early.
A little bit, but it's okay. We it's it's just
Okay.
strange doing the show from home. It's just this is. I mean, I'm enjoying the fact that I'm home and seeing you guys on the screens here. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see us in our home studios. But it's just strange.
It is.
You know,
You're right. Everything's weird. The world is weird now.
Yeah, I'm
But
trying
if,
to
you know,
figure it out.
I can cheer you up if I'll send you this. I have a list of endless waterproofing options that I could.
Well, we may
I
need
like
it.
it.
And you know what? I bet that's a lie. I bet there's a point where they come to the end of the list of waterproofing options.
Nope. Because
You keep scrolling. You keep scrolling down, and it just keeps going.
It does. That stops, and then a couple minutes later, somebody throws another one on there. So there are endless waterproofing options.
Well, let's check in with our own Todd Newcomb to see how he is doing, because it is, after all, time for. Go ahead, Katie, hit the jingle. There we go.
Hi, Todd.
Hello.
Now, we
I
can't-
should warn you that I have the beagle right next to me, and he might start baying any moment now, so I'm going to switch rooms.
Okay.
Well, if you just keep petting him, he won't. He just
Well,
How can
he's
you do
concerned
Tuesday
someone just-
tunes?
He looks out the front window, and he can see people. There's like someone just went past on the sidewalk, and that usually gets him going. So
And he spots foxes and rabbits and things like that. You know, it's hard to keep them. Isn't that what they bay at usually?
They bay at everything. That's kind of my experience.
But
Anything
what were
that they notice.
What were they bred for? Were they fox hunters?
They're hound
or-
dogs.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
hunters.
they're hounds that are they're used mainly. They were bred for fox hunting and stuff like that. But
Fox hunting.
And they're diggers. They're diggers is another thing.
So
you gotta
fox
be
hunting.
aware of.
He comes from a long line of bloodthirsty creatures that are hunting down those poor little. You ever seen fox hunters and what they're like? Man, that's a brutal
he
sport.
thinks he's tough,
No.
but he's only like about a foot and a half tall at the best. So he thinks he's tough, but he's not. And he does like to dig, as Carrie says. They like to dig holes a little bit.
Yeah.
He's not as crazy about digging as other dogs I've been around, but he still enjoys.
Mm-hmm.
He'll come in with his paws all muddy.
Well, Todd, how are you holding up working from home?
So far, so good. Like, you know, I think, though, today, because the weather's going to be beautiful, I'm going to set the thing up. I'm going to set up my home studio out in the back.
Oh,
I tried
cool.
this last week. The weather turned on me a little bit last week when I did it, but today is going to be pretty nice, so I'm going to put it on the patio, and we'll just kick back, do the show on the patio, have a good time.
Yeah, sounds good.
I know you're sad you're missing your Cannon Beach spring break trip.
Yeah, we would normally try to go there in May, but, like, you know, we'll get there at some point once this all calms down.
And then they have trains close to there, don't they?
They do, yeah. We like to go up there and, I mean, you got the ocean, you got the beach, and then, of course, there's the Oregon Coast Scenic Railroad that I just love to be. I'd love to be there right now, but we'll get there eventually. It'll be okay.
Now, Todd, when you say we love to go to see the railroad stuff, does your wife really love the railroad stuff?
I mean, let's ask her. Where's my honey? Come here. Are you on the phone? Oh, she might be at work. She works from home too. Okay. Hey, honey. Honey. Say something, or are you on the phone?
This is what happens when you broadcast from home.
Well, here. Bill already wants to ask you a question. Bill.
Hey.
Okay. Does she know she's on the air?
Hi.
Hi,
I know you're on the air, right?
Hi, Mrs. Newcomb. Mrs.
Hi, guys.
Newcomb. Hi. We just want you, to ask you. You know, Todd talks about going to Cannon Beach and how he loves to go. And I said, "How about the trains?" And he said, "Oh, we love to go see the trains." Now I said, "Does Mrs. Newcomb really love the trains? Really?"
Well, I love that he loves the train.
Aw.
That's a good wife.
Perfect answer. Perfect answer, Mrs. Newcomb.
You know, one time we went there and he made me ride him twice in 1 week, so.
You're a good woman.
Wife. You're a good wife.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Thank
yeah,
you.
Here's Todd.
Good answer. I love that he loves the train.
All right,
so
Todd, what is this song that you have got for us here?
This is one of those songs that I kind of discovered while on home quarantine because I have more time to, you know, sift through all the new music that's out there. This artist, Kenny Hoopla, I love this song. This is really cool, and I've listened to some of his other stuff that's out there, and I'm really into it. Kenny Hoopla from Cleveland, Ohio. And so when we play this song, you're going to think immediately of like the year 2004 because it's kind of a little bit emo sounding. Mm-hmm. And remember when like Panic at the Disco and Fall Out Boy first came out in that same year where they would have these big long song titles? Mm-hmm. So the song we're going to play is called "How Will I Rest in Peace If I'm Buried by a Highway?"
That does sound like a Fallout Boy title. You're right.
But this is just cool, and this artist is just I'm way into everything that I've come across from Kenny Hoopla. So let's play it and see what everybody thinks.
Okay, well, here we go. It's Tuesday Tunes with Todd. The artist is Kenny Hoopla. How Will I Rest in Peace If I'm Buried by a Highway on X96. Well, that was I liked it. It was interesting.
What's all the hoopla?
I'm looking at responses here on text. Love this song. This track has some block party vibes to it. Nice.
Oh, totally. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a thought. Says, let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. So far, the responses are pretty positive.
I enjoy
to Kenny
it.
Hoopla.
My response is positive.
And I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, you mean to the song?
Yes.
Oh. So it's called. What's it called again?
How will I rest in peace if I'm buried by a highway?
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's a good point. Well,
Go
Todd,
watch some of his other videos on YouTube. He's got a few songs up there, and it's good stuff. Kenny Hoopla is the artist. One word, Kenny Hoopla.
Oh,
is he knee deep in the hoopla? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's a joke for another radio station. That's
You see what doing the show from home is doing to us. You see, it's these comments that you would ordinarily internally check. They're just pouring out now. They're just
Well, I'm in a room by myself. There's no one to stop me.
Exactly. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
because usually I would have thrown something at you.
Exactly.
All right.
Okay. Well, good luck, Mr. Newcomb.
Hang in there, kids.
We are. See you later.
Well, we'll see you.
Bye.
We'll tune in for. We'll tune in for his backyard show later today.
You think he's really going to do that?
Yeah, he did it before. I saw.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay. Well, maybe when it gets warmer, I'll try it.
I've paid no attention to the weather today. Really, what is it supposed to be? Fairly nice.
I've said it multiple times
I
today,
know,
Bill.
And I've been doing other stuff while you've been in those moments.
63 for a high, partly cloudy. It's the warmest day of the week today. So
Okay, cool, good, all right.
Okay. Well, let's see. Yeah, I guess we can take a break here. Well,
Well, if you don't want to, we'll just keep going.
we should wait a minute, but we can do it, and then we'll just have more news. How about
Okay.
that? Okay.
well,
we'll take a break
sure.
now. We'll be back with news, and Boner Fight is on the way. Stand by. X96. All right, excuse me, that was me.
I don't
9:19.
think, I don't think we're ever going to run out of things to bitch about.
9:19, and we'll get to boner fights coming up here in a bit. About, let's see, what looks like 7-8 minutes.
Holy
so before
mackerel.
that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by, 8 minutes is about almost big boy news and opinioendo.
All right.
Brought to you by.
LHM Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Sandy. Save thousands with the largest inventory of Chrysler Jeeps Dodge Ram trucks. Shop your deals online at lhmdeals.com.
And my computer restart has screwed up my news intro thing. So, Katie, do you want to try on the Vox Pro? This will be part of your training. This will be part of the fun. You just go to the Vox Pro under News Intro. It's alphabetical, and just pick a good one.
Carrie, you're training the entire audience on how to go to the news. The other hard thing is Carrie's
Okay, are we ready?
filing system.
Yeah, my filing system is weird. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Well,
now you just fade that out as Bill talks, and yeah.
Prince Harry and his wife, Meghan, have officially made the transition from senior members of Britain's royal family to endlessly considering their waterproofing options.
Because that naturally follows.
Well, what else have they left to do?
You can't have one without the other.
They are no longer royals, and so Harry said to Meghan, "Meghan, what would you say if we consider our waterproofing options?" And she said, "Oh, Harry, those are endless."
I still am calling BS on the endless part. There has to be an end to waterproofing options.
It's unclear what they're going to be. International celebrities, charity patrons, global influencers. The royal schism that the couple triggered in January by announcing that they would step down from official duties, give up public funding, seek financial independence, and swap the UK for North America becomes official today. The move has been more complicated and poignant by the global coronavirus pandemic, which finds the couple and their 10-month-old son, Archie, in California, far from Harry's father, Prince Charles, who's recovering after testing positive for COVID-19, and Harry's 93-year-old grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II. As we all feel, the world at this moment seems extraordinarily fragile, the couple said in an initial post Monday on their now mothballed Sussex Royal Instagram account. They can't use the Sussex Royal Instagram account any longer. They aren't authorized. What's most important right now is the health and well-being of everyone across the globe and finding solutions to the many issues that have presented themselves as a result of this pandemic. By the way, Harry is sixth in line to the British throne. So,
Where do you fall on the list, Bill?
6,000th on the line. But given, sixth in line, you think, well, that'll never happen. Well, although given today's circumstances, we don't know that, do we? So what will they do? I think it's fascinating.
All of those. It will be all of those things. I think Meghan wants to.
She wants to get back to acting, right?
Get back to acting, and I think they both are interested in charity work. I think it'll be all those things.
I think she. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen her act.
Well, you got plenty of time.
I wonder if she's any
catch
good.
up on Suits, Bill.
Yes.
No,
Suits
I don't really.
Is the show that she was on.
I don't really want to do that. All right. Let's see if there's anything else sort of silly before I get into some of the... Ozzy Osbourne had to cancel his trip to... He was going to go to Sweden or Switzerland. Switzerland for...
for
Parkinson's.
treatment.
Sorry.
Can you just turn that off?
That's the thing, is it is off.
Mute the sound on your computer?
It is off. I don't understand how that's working.
Anyway,
he was going to a special Parkinson's clinic.
Yeah. So he's had to cancel that because of the pandemic. Earlier this year, he canceled his 2020 tour to focus on his health. At the time, he noted that his treatment in Switzerland was supposed to take about 6 to 8 weeks. He had seen his health improve after one treatment of stem cell. What has happened and the progress that he's made is mind-blowing. He's walking better, talking better. His symptoms were lessening.
He's not talking better.
As he's going, well, he never talked well. So,
I was talking to my mom yesterday, and she watches The Talk, which has Sharon Osbourne on it, and she was worried about Sharon because she said she was very sad because Ozzy couldn't. My mom and I were talking about this yesterday. She's very sad that Ozzy can't go have his treatment, and their daughter Amy had to have an emergency appendectomy, and Sharon just said all she does is cry all day, every day because of this. And my mom was worried about Sharon Osbourne.
Well, that's
It's
nice.
true. We were having this conversation yesterday.
She needs somebody to. So Governor Herbert signed several, 151 bills into law on Saturday. Below are the 5 most noteworthy, according to the Salt Lake Tribune. Below, I mean, coming up next. Here are the 5 most noteworthy, according to the Tribune. Decriminalization of polygamy.
Okay.
So this new law makes polygamy an infraction which is lower in severity than some traffic tickets. It can still be a felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison if the polygamist is found to have committed fraud, domestic violence, sexual abuse, or human smuggling. But the practice had been considered a felony for much of Utah's history, even for consenting adults. Now it kind of decriminalizes it for consenting adults. An abortion trigger bill. Well, that's important at this time. And of course, if the U.S. Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade, Utah will ban elective abortions. That's the substance of the bill he signed. Texas, by the way, they tried to use the coronavirus as a method of preventing elective abortions in Texas, but a federal judge put a stop to that, said, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Fetal remains. Yep, that passed. Healthcare facilities are now required to dispose of fetal remains through either burial or cremation. And redistricting compromise, that's, talks about the redistricting of the voting districts, and custom license plate rules. They're tightening those down so that people can't, get through things like Führer and other,
So in other words, they're finally going to look at what people want to have on their license plate and not just blindly do it. Okay.
Well, they weren't blindly doing it. There just was no, complete codified system. They'd meet every few weeks and look at them, and it was different people all the time, and, so now they're just establishing a bill to tighten that up.
All right, let's get to boner fight. You gonna try it, Katie? Got to be faster than that.
Boner fight. Dun, 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 dun.
Nope.
Okay, never mind. Here we go. It's time for boner fight.
Yeah. This is, the winner from round 1 going up against the winner from round 2. There it is.
There it is.
You remember back in the 7 o'clock hour, it was Onward Christian Soldiers. 1,200 people attending a Louisiana church service defying the coronavirus ban, saying, "We will continue." The pastor of that church has continued to say, we are not going to follow the governor's orders for limiting meetings to 50 people at a time, which is still too high. And we're going to continue holding these rallies and these church services. And besides, we sanitize our church after every meeting. Our church is cleaner than your local gas station bathroom or your local gas station, he said. Well, that's a high standard to put yourself against, isn't it? That's number 1. Going up against number 2, which is Jersey. No, that wasn't number 2. Hang on. It was What a Great Sports Icon. The boxer, Billy Joe Saunders, who filmed a video showing how to, slug your wife in domestic violence situations when you're cooped up at home because of the quarantine. He says he was just joking. People did not find it amusing, and they suspended his boxing license. That's
All
number
right.
2.
There you go. There's your candidates for Boner of the Day. You've got to decide between these two candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that number in the message of a text. That single digit is all we need, and you text that to 33986. Or you call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, March 31, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. And you've got until the end of these messages to do it. So let's go. It's Boner of the Day. All right, I know we're going to talk with Greg from Rand Life here in a second, but first let's award Boner of the Day.
Let's, shall we? It's brought to you in part by? In part by, is brought to you in part by chicken cutlets with a delicious artichoke dressing and a side of asparagus.
And Diversion Eatery, delicious pizza, burgers, tacos, salads, now available for curbside pickup or DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats for delivery. Order online at diversioneatery.com or call 657-7326.
Boner candidate number 1 was Onward Christian Soldiers, and that one was the pastor who's continuing to hold services in his big mega church in Louisiana. He had 1,200 people attending, even though the law has said to him, the government has said to him, the governor rather has said to him, no, that's too many people, you can't do this. And he says, well, I'm going to keep doing it, whatever you say. And that went up against number 2, which was, boy, what a great sports icon. Boxing champ Billy Joe Saunders suspended after filming a video teaching men how to commit domestic violence. The voting was exceptionally close, but the winner ended up being number 1, Onward Christian Soldiers.
Well, there you go. That's your pick for Boner of the Day for today, the 31st of March, 2020. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. I think Greg is there, isn't he?
I don't know.
Let's get him on. Let's talk to Greg from Rand. There we go, Katie. You got it. Greg from Rand Life on the phone. Hello, Greg.
Hi, Greg.
How's it going, guys?
Well, it's going, as well as can be expected.
Can I tell you a joke?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I bought these shoes from a drug dealer, and I'm not sure what he laced them with, but I was tripping all day.
You were tripping all day. Boo.
I told my daughter that joke this morning, and she's like, "Where'd you get that, Dad?" She looked at me.
From the dad joke file.
I thought it was pretty great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Greg,
because I like the lace. The lace part was really good.
Yep. I mean, it's clever.
Okay. I mean, when you have to explain a joke, you shouldn't have said it.
That's true. So, Greg, Rand Life, local mortgage company, so people are wondering about making their payments, mortgage payments, no matter who their mortgagee is. What do you say about that?
I want to give one piece of advice. Don't listen to anyone. Don't listen to the radio. Don't listen to the news. Don't read.
Hang up on this guy.
Don't listen to me, except for this part.
All right.
There's a lot of misinformation out there as to what can be done. I've had my loan officers called. The only piece of advice I have is you need to call your servicer. We service a bunch of loans, and our servicer knows exactly what to do. They know how the regulators want it. They know how everybody wants it, and they're going to give you the best plan. So if you listen to anybody else, you're gonna fumble. So just call their servicer. Now I tell you what, hold times are kind of crazy with these your lender, but that's okay. You got lots of time on your hands. You're at home and you're waiting, right? So if you're affected by the COVID-19, there's a plan in place for you. I promise you. So that's my recommendation with that.
So Greg, let me ask you this.
Don't take me any more in my advice.
let me ask you this about how you get who you call. You said you're the servicer. My mortgage company is, I don't even know where they are. They're in some other state. They're a big bank.
Right.
And generally I've only dealt with them online and barely that. Right. So who do you get a hold of? So
if you call their number on your payment statement, or if you're affected, if you are financially harmed by the job loss, there's a plan for you. So you know who you're paying your payment to. Just call their 800 number. You're going to sit on hold for a bit, but it's better than sitting on hold for like the airlines or whatever.
Okay.
I think they pick up faster than that.
Do you recommend people look at refinancing a mortgage right now?
So that's another solution. If you're, we are like super busy, but we're still closing refinances, and about 18 days for some loans, for the good credit loans. A lot of times we don't need an appraisal. One thing that's really fun is the big investors, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, have loosened up their appraisal guidelines. So we're doing most of our loans, no appraisal. I think we closed a loan in 11 days, even though we're so crazy busy. I can't even tell you how busy we are. But and we're financing everything. There's a lot of rumors out there about how FHA is not doing loans and that. This is not true. Absolutely not true. Every loan product that we had before this meltdown is still available. We're still closing everything, and we're putting our focus on purchases because we still believe there's still a lot of opportunity for homeowners to buy and get a good deal on a house. But yeah, we're closing, and I don't quote rates, but they're very, very, very low, lower than I've ever seen them.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you. You don't quote exactly what interest rates are, but they're
I can
the
tell
lowest.
you, APRs are on some loans are in the twos. So just crazy.
So I keep hearing stuff about the real estate market just in general, and what I've read is that it's still pretty strong in Utah. Is that right?
Very strong. So there's two or three components that lead to a strong real estate market. And regardless of COVID-19, these components are still here. We still have a lack of inventory, which tends to drive prices up. We still have really low interest rates, which makes buying powers incredible. And we still have a very healthy economy. I mean, I realize over the last few weeks we may not think that. The government stimulus is coming in. I believe we're going to come out of this, and it's going to look very strong. In fact, there were some reports by the Mortgage Bankers Association that even as this pandemic is going on, they're predicting, new homes, new builds are going to grow over the next 2 years. Existing homes are going to grow, and property values are going to grow. Amongst all this crazy thing, this crazy situation that we're in, they believe that property values are going to grow. Think about it. Honestly, everybody's a home. So the number one thing that you value is your home, right? And I mean, you're not valuing vacations right now, although we're going to want to, right? So I just honestly believe that this crisis is real. It is scary. It's terrible. I do believe that we've made some good decisions with the government in helping it. Although there's unintended consequences everywhere, and one of them is that mortgage companies are like drinking out of a fire hose right now. And you're going to read a lot about that. They're trying to figure that out too. Yep. So, but Rand Life, we've set ourselves up pretty good for this situation, and we're still closing a lot of loans. So.
Okay, Greg, if people have any other questions, I assume they can call you or at 801-478-4500 or go to your website, randlife.com, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice to talk
Good
to
talking to you guys.
I hope
Thank
you're
you very
well.
much.
Thanks, Greg.
We'll see you, Greg.
Thank you.
All right. Well, there we go.
See,
We'll take a.
That's pretty. I mean, the real estate market and the mortgage market is strong, and that's a good thing.
We found a positive today, guys.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll take a break, and we'll be back and put this thing out of its misery. All right. X96. All right, 9:48 right now. Well, 9:49, excuse me. And yes, we're broadcasting live from our home studios. Katie running the board in downtown Salt Lake at the studio.
I'm running out of things to clean.
Get over here then. Come to my house. It will be never ending for you.
Closets and...
Yeah, I've been
my
going through my
husband-
spare bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
My
No,
husband
come
and I have
please.
been doing stuff. He went around and changed all the batteries and all the smoke detectors. We did that. We got
Please
out the
come to my
long
house.
duster that gets up in the corners of the ceiling. We did that.
What? There is such a thing?
It's called a telescoping.
What?
I have vaulted
Duster.
ceilings. Does that
What?
work for vaulted ceilings?
What? You mean you can dust up there?
You should. You're breathing that stuff, Bill.
Well, I mean, I thought the cobwebs were part of the decor. I can get rid of those?
Yes.
Huh. How about that? Well,
But we're
again,
running out of we're running out of stuff. So what I'm saying is I don't know what I'm going to do the rest of the day.
Get in your car. You live very close. Come on over here and bring your wand duster.
I probably could social distance and just telescope it through the car window and make it into your house.
I don't think it reaches that far.
No.
Wouldn't that
That'd
would
be
not
great
be
to
as
see,
effective?
though.
That would not be as effective, Gina. You'll need to come in. Listen,
Although
I'll tell
the
you what.
laundry never stops. I've never done so much laundry in my life.
You know, I feel that one.
Because here's what, can I give you a little coronavirus tip to save your paper towels? Don't use them. Use cloth napkins, clean with rags, and wash them every day.
Yep.
That'll save your paper towels. That's my little tip for the day.
It's pretty insightful. I've gotta say.
That's helpful.
Or you're just a person like me who can't afford paper towels and therefore have to use rags.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, we use toilet paper for everything around here. Not just
use
wiping
toilet
ourselves. We use it to clean. That's the only thing.
Not sure
That's
that'll
why I
help.
run so low. I gotta wipe off the table for dinner. Get the roll of toilet paper.
You ever think maybe you're doing that wrong?
I know I'm doing it wrong, but I can't afford everything, so I have toilet paper. I can't afford rags.
Mine are all hand-me-downs from my parents, so...
You kid me? Rags. That's for rich people.
Hand-me-down rags. I actually have hand-me-down rags from my mom.
That was one of my
You?
favorite.
Yeah.
Some of them last well.
Hand Me Down Rags was one of my favorite Four Seasons songs.
These are cleaning cloths that she made, and they're like embroidered with pictures on them, and they're
You
out.
use embroidered cleaning cloths?
Yeah, I mean they're
Wow.
embroidered with pictures of people on them and you
Yeah.
know, cleaning supplies and stuff.
Really?
My mom taught me to rip up an old T-shirt and use that as cleaning cloths.
I mean, I'm sure it's some kind of that's off topic, Katie.
Oh, sorry.
Got to learn to speak on the radio and be in the flow and be there. Yeah, they're just now I'm confused.
Why
Sorry.
so nice? I'm just wondering why you need embroidered nice cleaning cloths.
They're not nice anymore.
Well, they're not anymore. No.
No, they're old, raggedy.
Here's the thing: she never used them. They just sat in the drawer. I've been using them for the intended purpose, and now they're not so nice anymore.
Okay, I was asking. I was curious about that. Okay.
And Katie, I want to know, just to go back to you then, how difficult was it for you? You said your mother taught you to tear up old T-shirts. How difficult was that to learn? How many lessons did it take?
It was more of a, why are you ripping up a T-shirt? Oh, well, we're going to use these as cloths. Why? Well, because we can. And that was about the lesson.
It's a good use of an old T-shirt. I get it.
Yeah. You picked right up on it, Gina.
I follow the conversation.
You're full, and you're full of tips too.
Hey, you bring a tip, Bill. Why do I have to bring all the tips?
Okay, here we go. Early to bed, early to rise, makes Jack a dull boy. How's that?
It's not a good coronavirus tip.
Oh, a coronavirus tip.
Yeah.
Early to bed, early to rise, makes me not the one. No, never mind. I can't. That was just too bad. Okay, I'm done.
Cut up old towels for rags. It works great. There's a thought.
Yeah.
You have some old towels, Bill?
Yes.
Cut them
do
up and
that
make them
today.
into rags.
Well, we still use them as towels. We just
No, old towels that you don't use.
no. We can't.
That's all you have are the old towels,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. We do. We'll cut them down smaller and smaller. When they get down to the size of maybe a wash rag, then we don't use them as towels anymore because
Hey,
they're too
Katie,
small.
I have a question for you. Do you have a washer and dryer in your apartment, or do you have to use a laundromat like in your building?
So I do have my own washer and dryer. My dryer is actually currently broken, so I have to go down to my. Luckily, there is a washer and dryer facility on site, so I can just go dry them down there. But I'm working on finding a new washer and dryer because they're very old and passed down from Andy's mom.
Because I was just going to say, if you're using the common facilities, we're thinking about wiping down things in our own house. If you're using common laundry facilities, you're going to want to wipe down the knobs and things in there.
The
while you're
Clorox
using
wipes
that.
go on top of the laundry, and we all walk down together.
Perfect.
You could get used to, like I've gotten used to, is I just take things out of the wash and then I put them on. And let them dry that way.
See,
air
my
dry.
my skin doesn't allow that. Remember, I've got really sensitive skin.
Oh
so
yeah, that's right. Because I just
You
air
walk
dry
around in
everything.
Wet clothes.
just air dry it.
By the time the show's over every day, my underpants are dry.
Okay, then.
Takes that long?
Well, yeah. When they come out of the wash, it sure does. Plus, they're covered up by jeans, which are also wet. So it takes
I'm
a
just
while.
impressed that my kids are getting dressed every day and not staying in their pajamas. And I asked Mohammed about it, and he said, well, when I'm playing Fortnite and stuff, I don't want to be in my pajamas. So he's getting dressed so he can play video games and not be embarrassed.
And that was his answer to cover up his thought was, I know that if I tried to stay in my pajamas, you would yell at me.
See, my
Even
plan
though
was
we're-
to do PJs too, and then I found out I was going to be on camera, and that
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Get dressed. Carrie gets it up and puts on an ironed shirt every day.
I
and
wish
he's
I could
home.
be as talented and productive as Carrie.
No, it's for my sanity. I have to maintain a routine. Otherwise, I'm already kind of losing it, with this. I'm not concentrating, and it's just I gotta relearn how to do my job from home, and it's kind of bugging me. But I have to have that routine. I got to get up. I got to shower. I shaved. Do the whole thing, and then come down here and go to work.
Man.
So once I figure out how to do my job from home, that could be trouble. That means maybe I'll never go back in. We'll see. But it'll take me a while to figure it out. All right. Do we have a promo? Do we have?
You guys are going to have to make it up.
Carrie, Bill, Gina.
Okay. Well, we're broadcasting live from our home studios. We're going to be on the air Wednesday, and we've got all kinds of things planned for you, such as, Bill?
Well, we certainly are going to do things that must go, and I would assume that you all have a lot of things that must go, so why don't you submit them to us? Gina, why don't you tell them how to send in their things that must go?
Yeah, just email them to us at radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. We need them for you desperately. Send them today, and then listen to us read them tomorrow on the Radio from Hell show, X96.
Remember, rags are for rich people, okay?
Oh, you have rags. Oh.
You take away nothing from this show today.
Know
Rags
that.
are for rich people.
All right. I think we're good, right? All business? Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Bill's enjoying his morning clam.